to the Iranian public. They're trying to lie to the Iranian public as if Israel is crumbling. On the contrary, Israel is very strong. Our economy is strong. Our people have conviction. They have motivation. Our soldiers will keep on fighting until we bring back stability.
So are you saying that after what happened yesterday, the missile attacks on Israel, that the United States and Israel are fully aligned towards what Israel's response could be? The reason I'm asking again, you have to understand, is because the United States has a big presence here. It has its own concerns as well. It has said that its support for Israel is ironclad. But as we saw in April, there are wheels within wheels. There are pressures. There can be diplomatic constraints to try and stop Israel from acting in the manner that it may choose to see.
Well, you always have this kind of dynamic when it comes to our region, because, you know, the great powers that be, they look at the larger picture. But again, Iran is making the closeness, the proximity between the United States and us much closer, because at the end of the day, we have a common enemy. You know, for the Iranians, we are the small Satan. The United States is the big Satan. They are their sworn enemy. And this is part of an Iranian plan to have hegemony of the Middle East, of the Muslim world, and then fight the West. So as much as we want to de-escalate, at the end of the day, when countries like Iran continue with their plan, do not back off, do things that are unprecedented in the history of humankind, then you cannot remain silent. And I'm sure the United States, this time, will not remain silent when it comes to Israel's actions.
Do you think the U.S. election and the normal uncertainties that revolve around any upcoming election, do you think that adds a layer of wait and watch on both sides as well, especially from Iran's side?
Well, look, I'm not going to analyze the U.S. elections. That's an internal process. What I can tell you is that, yes, people are watching. People are watching. And that's the reason why we have a duty, not just a right, to fight back. Okay? And this is, I think, what's going to happen.
Ambassador, how do you see how the United Nations, has performed or been involved in this entire case? We've seen what's happened with the UN Secretary General now. You've seen their statements before. The irony of this entire situation, of course, is that it's ultimately a UN charter, that seems to be the goal for a kind of more sustainable peace in the region. And Israel quotes that quite often. You did with me in your last interview as well. How would you assess how the UN has been in this cycle of conflict?
Look, if the Secretary General of the United States, the Secretary of the United Nations cannot condemn the flagrant violation of the UN Charter when a country like Iran is swearing to destroy another member of the United Nations and doesn't even condemn that, it says that something in the system is flawed. I'm not saying that every agency of the UN is flawed. No. There are many countries, good intentions, doing a lot of good things in the UN. But when you have a situation in which the head of UNRWA doesn't fire a terrorist that was heading the education system of the Palestinians in Lebanon. He was in charge of 39,000 students. He was the most senior Hamas member in Lebanon. And he was getting a salary from the UN. And when we complained, they didn't even fire him. Can you grasp that? It's completely unacceptable. There are things that will have to change in the UN if it wants to get cooperation from the State of Israel.
That cooperation hasn't been forthcoming from the UN so far. We've seen, Israel has always had an adversarial, troubled relationship with the United Nations vis-a-vis, Iran, vis-a-vis Palestine. Do you see that changing now?
Well, it depends with which agency. There are agencies with which we are cooperating from time to time there can be mishaps, but we are sitting around one table like we've been doing since the 7th of October, taking care of the humanitarian aspects of the Gaza Strip. Every day, in an office, we used to sit together with all the humanitarian agencies, including UN agencies, and working with them, despite their bias. But enough is enough. People have to understand, when Israel is being attacked with such a barrage of missiles, and the Secretary General of the UN doesn't condemn it, how does the UN look?
After last night, Ambassador, this has been going on for a few days and weeks now. The anticipation or the fear that this could lead into a wider conflict and draw in other countries. There's Russia, there's China, there are other regional powers that might, in some limited way, be forced to actually get in because all of these countries have interests in the region. Do you think after last night that appears to be a much more distinct possibility, or do you think it's still going to be contained, between Israel and this seven-front war, as you put it, is playing out?
I'll tell you why it will be contained. It's because...
It will be contained,
yes, because no country agrees to what Iran has been doing in our region and with the way it has been behaving in the last few months and weeks. And therefore, Iran will not be backed. Iran will have to stand alone and pay for its reckless, aggressive, fanatic, radicalist approach.
How do you see Prime Minister Modi's message to Prime Minister Netanyahu a couple of days ago, where he spoke very specifically about terrorism, and he was talking in the context of the Hezbollah? Prime Minister Modi was one of the first world leaders to react after the October 7th attacks by the Hamas last year. But this latest comment has also been analyzed quite a bit because India, is, as you know this better, stands in a unique position of having diplomatic channels and relations with all of these countries that we're talking about here. So how did you see that message?
I saw it as a very positive message. India has a unique perspective. It has a unique standing in this world. And we have a common interest to fight terrorism. We don't have to talk much, just have to do it. And that's what we're doing.
Do you see a bigger role for a country like India at a time when what's happening between Israel and Iran and the proxies has polarized the world? There are, of course, interests. There are, of course, pulls and pressures, diplomatically speaking. But India does have a unique position, like you said, of having extremely close relations with Israel at many different levels, not just diplomatic, but strategic, trade, cultural, etc. But not equally, but also has very warm relations with Iran. And it has connections with Iran of a different kind, from the perspective of energy security and things like that. Does that, in your view, and does that in Israel's view, provide some kind of an opportunity for India to have some kind of role in whatever plays out now?
Well, I think India will have to decide itself what kind of role it wants to have. The fact that different countries have links to Iran doesn't mean that they are going to back any crazy kind of conduct like you are seeing right now. So I think that in situations like that, people have to move aside, and we have to do what we have to do. And I think people understand that. There's no doubt about it. There might be some people don't understand it, but I think that when you look at the entire international community today, there's nobody that is coming to defend the reckless, aggressive behavior of Iran.
Because Iran, continues to try, while Israel and Israel's allies, Israel's friends, large part of the world, does see Iran as an irresponsible aggressor, Iran has tried to project itself as a kind of savior in the region, containing Israel, making sure Israel, which is backed by the United States, doesn't, become more powerful. We've seen that battle of narratives play out, and I was in Israel last year, and I saw so much of that. Have things changed in the last 1 year? Because, Ambassador, now we're standing a few days before the first anniversary of that horrific attack on Israel last year. Israel has borne the brunt of a huge international narrative against it. Do you think that has changed now?
Well, look, we have to differentiate between two things. First of all, you have the region. In the region, things have changed a long time ago because the countries and the peoples of the region have seen the Iranian conduct through their proxies and the atrocities they've been committing in Syria and other places. And therefore, years ago, Arab countries have changed their approach. They have come closer to Israel. We have signed the Abraham Accords, and now we are having military cooperation. And I'm sure that after this war, we're going to resume the regional cooperation. Okay? When it comes to narratives, well, these narratives are being created by different agents with a lot of money, like Al Jazeera channel. Their representative, I heard, here in India, has propagated tweets supporting Hitler and Nazi Germany. You know, when you have people like that investing billions of dollars in promulgating false information, then you will have a fight of narratives. But this is not that important. At the end of the day, what is important is what is happening on the ground. What is happening on the ground is that the majority of the countries and the peoples of the world are actually very proud that Israel is finally fighting back and teaching these terrorists a lesson.
My final leg of this interview, Ambassador, is about moving a couple of steps back from what happened last night to the ground operations that were ongoing in southern Lebanon. Those operations are ongoing. Hassan Nasrallah has been killed. The leadership of the Hezbollah, virtually the entire leadership of the Hezbollah has been eliminated in these airstrikes. What next as far as the Hezbollah is concerned? Because this isn't the first time that Israel has engaged with the Hezbollah, has hit their targets, tried to destroy their infrastructure. Each time they have returned, they've recuperated, they've rearmed. In many ways, they've come back with even more sophisticated weapons. Is there going to be a greater degree of finality, you would say, in what is happening now vis-a-vis the Hezbollah?
Well, we have to be very cautious here when we say what is going to happen, because the Israeli government has declared a very specific goal. We want to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, 1558, to clean the entire southern Lebanon from Hezbollah forces. Israel is not going to determine the political future of Lebanon. It's for the Lebanese people to decide the political future of Lebanon. If they are going to continue to surrender to Hezbollah, the price will be dear for Lebanon because it is being destroyed by Hezbollah. We are going to meet our defined goals of protecting our civilians, getting our 70,000 civilians back to their homes safely, and for that, South Lebanon has to be clean of Hezbollah. The Lebanese army should come there and restore order together with the UNIFIL forces, which have, as you know, an Indian element. Thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And this is a story that is very important to us here on India Today. As you can see, we cover it very closely. We have journalists on the ground in Lebanon, in Iran, as well as in Israel at this point of time. And we will continue to report very, very closely on all aspects of this story. Thank you for taking our questions once again here on India Today. Pleasure. And once again, a very happy New Year to you and your family. When India Today covers conflict, when we cover war, we believe in covering it from the ground, not just via agencies. So what you're about to watch is a world exclusive from India Today's cameras, not something acquired secondhand. These are pictures taken by India Today's Ashraf Wani, live from the ground from the virtually destroyed headquarters, one part of it which you'll see in this report, of the Hezbollah headquarters near Beirut in Lebanon. It's not very far from here that Hassan Nasrallah was killed in an airstrike from Israel. Watch this world-exclusive report by my colleague Ashraf Wani.
I'm currently standing and am the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Beirut. Behind me you can see this was the six-story building when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of Hezbollah. And we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this blast, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted, its building compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack, and today a communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here in the Beirut. Ashraf Wani for this World Expo, India Today.
An incredibly fearless reporting by India Today's Ashraf Wani. In fact, he joins me live from Beirut in Lebanon now. Ashraf, I hope you're staying safe. Your ground report from the bombed headquarters of the Hezbollah and that world exclusive is being watched by millions of people right now. Tell us in a greater detail, Ashraf, what you saw right now. How far from there was the site where Hassan Nasrallah was killed, and what did you see?
Shiv, we have also those pictures where Hassan Nasrallah was killed, probably that may be used later in the bulletin. Actually, this is not, this is a South Beirut. The major part of the Beirut city suburbs where most of the population and mostly the Shia population and the supporters as well as the fighters of Hezbollah live. For last 2 days, twice I went to that area, but in car, that also very fast because the area is still being pounded by the idea bombs regularly, not only yesterday, but even today. 7 strikes were carried out in the periphery of South Beirut, where some housing compartments were targeted, some floors of multi-stories buildings were targeted. And IDF said that they are the housing of the Hezbollah fighters and commanders. But here, some of the people say probably they may be associated with the Hezbollah, but they have not seen them fighting for the Hezbollah. That is the intelligence input, what is with the Israel. But tense situation in whole South Beirut, not a single person is visible there from the civil population. If anyone is roaming there, those are only Hezbollah fighters and their supporters. Today, at that moment, we were at least with me 800 journalists across the globe who are covering this war. They were allowed first time to visit the South Beirut because journalists in other way not here to travel in that particular area because, as I said, today it was bombed 7 times. As far as the Hassan Nasrallah's hideout, or we can say Hezbollah headquarters is concerned, there is visible that there was an underground floor which was used by the Hezbollah commanders as well as the IRG guards for the meeting purposes and other purposes. That was built in that way that so that any bomb or any strike could not affect that. But when I equally 2 days back spoke a doctor, he said that the bomb used in this blast of the Hezbollah headquarters could penetrate 15 floors of a single building. So they were only 6 floors. So you can imagine that after collapsing or entering from those top 6 floors, that bomb has went deep 4 floors further and completely push up the basement of, or we can say the underground floor of that building.
Ashraf, how are the ground operations going? You know, you sent us reports of certain Hezbollah ambushes on Israeli army patrols. You know, how is that working out?
Yes, that is the plus point with the Hezbollah. They are very much trained in the ground operations. They have in 2006 operated on ground. So it was a risky task for the IDF to invade into the South Lebanon, where already Hezbollah fighters and Their commanders know each and every curve, each and every mountain. In fact, they have some underground bunkers and tunnels there in the South Lebanon. It is not easy task either for the special forces of Israel or for the regular army. Today, when one of the big contingents, we can say the regiment division of the army was preparing for the ground invasion in the northern border of Israel, which is with the South Lebanon, that was directly fired by the 60 missiles of Hezbollah within the 2 hours. And those all missiles, no missile from those could have been destroyed by the dome system, because there is not on the border the dome system which IDF is using in the habitats. So that has put some damage in that army division. The Israeli army has confirmed 2 casualties, 2 deaths in that rocket attacks by the Hezbollah and 18 injuries. And also there is not population, civilian population. There are only soldiers of the Israeli army. So in the need of blood, the settlers who were there, they were asked to donate blood for the injured soldiers in that incident in northern Israel.
Ashraf, thank you very much for that live report. As always, please continue to stay safe and bring us these amazing, amazing ground reports that you're continuing to do. Thank you very much. Stay safe. We will connect with you again, once again, in a very short while from now. Thank you, Ashraf Wani, reporting live from Beirut in Lebanon. He's been traveling in the other areas as well. These images have become a viral face of Iran's attack on Israel last night. They are seen as a tipping point. Hundreds of missiles raining hell on Israel, or at least trying to. They've become representative of perhaps the biggest escalation in this cycle of the violence so far. Take a look at what exactly these pictures meant, what exactly they signify, and what precisely was happening as people in their thousands pulled out their mobile phones to record videos like this. Watch this.
Like fireworks in a night sky, salvos of Iranian ballistic missiles painting a surreal canvas in the dark airspace over Israel. Missiles in their hundreds soaring into the air, each dot of light representing thruster flames, propelling a warhead towards a target. Images that have viraled around the world, becoming the face of this latest escalation in a crisis that's just shy of a year old. Iran, which has large arsenals of ballistic missiles, had held back from any direct attack until the night of October 1st, when dozens of these missiles, Imad, Ghadar and Fatah-2 missiles, attempted to hit multiple targets across the country. The attack even involved the first use of a hypersonic version of Iran's Fatah-2 missile. Iran claimed that these streaks of light hit most of their targets. With Iranian reports even suggesting that the missiles managed to destroy large numbers of Israeli combat aircraft. A claim not proven with evidence thus far. The haunting lights in the darkness, a message to Israel from Iran. A message that Iran not only has the ability to strike, but the ability to strike specific targets. Israel's air defense systems, including the Iron Dome, did manage to intercept several of the incoming missiles. With almost certain help from United States air defense assets situated in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. But the sheer number of missiles launched together meant that at least some of the missiles managed to evade interception and hit their targets. The unending stream of imagery of the missiles in flight painted across the night sky won't be forgotten soon and will thicken the clouds that now darken between the two countries. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, most of those missiles did get intercepted by Israel's world-famous advanced air defense systems. But some of those missiles most definitely did impact their targets in Israel. Let's take a look at some of those that we appear to be certain about. This has been put together by India Today's open source intelligence team. One missile strike near the Mossad headquarters, even though no damage to the Mossad headquarters itself in Tel Aviv. One near a school in the town of Gedera. Some missiles appeared to be hitting in or around the Nevatim air base, which houses Israel's F-35 stealth fighters. This is in the Negev desert in the south, but once again, no confirmation on any damage. Israel says categorically nothing has been destroyed. The Ayalon Mall in Tel Aviv, there appear to have been some missiles hitting areas near that. Near the Ort Tel Nof base in central Israel also saw some missile hits, but once again, Israel has denied that any damage whatsoever was caused. Now, remember that Israel has a multi-tiered air defense system that you saw in these pictures, intercepting many of those missiles. Iran has made the dramatic claim that at least 3 air bases were targeted, with a large amount of destruction actually taking place on the ground. It's become a war of claim versus counterclaim between the two sides. Take a look at this report.
Iran's fearsome attack on Israel, with missiles flames lighting up the night sky. Iran rained at least 200 ballistic missiles across Israel on Tuesday night, while some were intercepted by the famed Iron Dome system. Some did hit targets. The Iran Revolutionary Guards claimed that its missile attack on Israel targeted 3 military bases near Tel Aviv: Nevatim, Hatzerim and Tel Nof. Tehran Times, Iranian state-backed media, reported that Israel's Nevatim air base was targeted in the attack. The base reportedly houses Israel's F-35 fighter jets. The fighter jets that bombarded Beirut on September 27 flew from this military airbase. The IRG has also said that F-35 and F-15 fighter jets that were used in assassination of Hassan Nasrallah were also targeted. Iran also claims that the Mossad headquarters was targeted in precise strikes. India Today's open source intelligence team has gathered visual proof of confirmed hits on Israel near Mossad headquarters, near a school in Gedera, Nevatim Air Base, Ayalon Mall in Tel Aviv, and near Tel Nof Air Base. Israel, however, claims that the attack did not impact the capacity of its armed forces.
As we can see, a few hits with no casualties because of the responsible behavior of the public, them listening to instructions and the operating of our defense systems, as well as the activity of our partners for the protection of the citizens of Israel. We will continue to conduct ourselves in this way, both in offense and in defense.
Israel has declared that it will now respond at the time and place of its choosing. Till then, the world remains on edge. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what are Israel's response options? Israel has to respond. It said it will do so at a time and place of its choosing. But what precisely could be the possible scenarios? What could Israel really attack in Iran? Let's take you through what those scenarios are, and these are taking into view reality, possibility, and also what could be credible targets for Israel. Scenario number 1, airstrikes could take place on high-value targets like Iran's Thar Allah headquarters. That's the command center that takes care of the security of Iran's capital of Tehran. Scenario number 2, possibility number 2, there could be airstrikes on Iran's many underground missile facilities from where some of these missile attacks may have actually taken place. These include Khorramabad, Kenesht or Panchpele. There are many others as well. I'm just taking a few names. Scenario number 3, targets number 3, missile strikes on Iranian air bases like the ones targeted in Israel Iranian air bases could also be targeted, like places like Isfahan, Kermanshah, or Masjid Soleiman. You know, these are air bases that house Iran's frontline fighter aircraft of American and Russian origin. Scenario number 4, Israeli airstrikes, very importantly, on Iran's many nuclear facilities. Remember, Iran is a nuclear-armed country. It has nuclear facilities as well in places like Arak, Ardakan, Bonab, and Lavizan. There are many others. These could all be struck in airstrikes should there be some kind of an escalation. Scenario number 5, a targeted covert assassination of Iranian politicians could happen in Iran or in other countries during diplomatic visits. Mossad assassinations have been known to happen. This could be one way of conveying a message to Iran. And finally, scenario number 6, Mossad covert killings of Iranian officials, diplomats, or intelligence officers in other countries. Finally, escalated targeting of Iranian assets in places like Yemen, in Gaza, in Lebanon, or even in Syria could be at least a near-term, low-risk response from Israel at this point of time. Here's a detailed report taking you through this 360-degree view of response possibilities.
Ballistic missiles tearing through the night sky. West Asia is in turmoil as nearly 200 missiles were fired by Iran into Israel. Iran's ballistic missile attack on Israel has caused significant damage, claims the Iran Revolutionary Guards. Operation True Promise 2 targeted 3 key Israeli air bases, namely Nevatim, Hatzerim, and Tel Nof. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard stated that F-35 and F-15 fighter jets used in the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah were targeted. Iran also claimed that the Mossad headquarters was targeted in the precision strikes. The big question now is, how will Israel respond to attacks by Iran? Scenario 1. Israel may strike high-value targets like Iran's Tar Allah headquarters and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard command. Scenario 2. Israel could carry out airstrikes on Iran's underground missile bases. Scenario 3. Israel may carry out missile strikes on Iranian air bases. Scenario 4. Airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Scenario 5. Targeted covert assassination of Iranian politicians. Scenario 6. Mossad covert killings of Iranian diplomats or intel officers abroad. And lastly, Scenario 7. Israel could target Iranian assets in Lebanon, Yemen, and Syria. As tensions in the Middle East escalate, global concerns grow with World War III warnings from Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump. The US has deployed additional troops and more fighter jets to the Middle East as an attempt to mitigate the conflict between Israel and Iran's proxies from becoming a regional war. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now we have live with us Kobi Shoshani. He's the Consul General of Israel in Mumbai. Kobi, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us here on India Today. It's a difficult time. It's the Jewish New Year. So first of all, a very happy New Year to you. I wish these circumstances were different, for your country, for the region as well. What kind of damage, my first question to you, Kobi, is what kind of damage has been done on the ground? There are all kinds of claims and counterclaims as to what Iran has managed to do last night by firing 181 missiles into your country.
Yesterday, it was a very dramatic evening in Israel, definitely dramatic. I spoke to Israel. I have a family in Israel. Most of them, all over Israel, were in the shelters. Don't forget that tonight actually is the New Year Eve of the Jewish holiday. According to the Jewish tradition, this year is going to be the universe, the birthday of the universe. The God created the world, and it's a very happy days in Israel. Most of the people were more than 2 hours in a shelter all over the country, from south to north, from the center and to the west. That was the situation. As you mentioned before, 200 ballistic missiles sent from Iran. I don't know how to define it as a failure or success. I think it was a completely big failure of the Iranian technology. We are intercepted most of the missiles, and it showed and it strengthened the relations between the United States and Israel, and of course other allies, to understand the risk of Iran, the negative role that Iran plays in the Middle East. That was the most important thing. Now, concerning the reaction, it's going to be, and our Prime Minister make it very, very clear. Reaction will come. Sorry, because of such incident, severe incident. And don't forget that last night it was also a terror attack in Israel, when 5 Israeli killed or murdered by a gun machine in the center of Tel Aviv. That was our life today in our new year. And we will retaliate, as the Prime Minister make it very clear, and also the military.
What are those options of response, Kobi, at this point of time? How do you think Israel can or will react and respond to the Iranian attack?
I think that the Prime Minister, I don't want to enter into operational information. I tell you frankly, I don't know. I think it's right now it's a discussion in the military cabinet, along with allies and of course with our cabinet and the Prime Minister and the ministers. It's going to be a reaction, that's definite. I will be very surprised if it won't be any reaction. We'll find the time and the target. And I think people needs to be prepared for that.
You know, Iran has been making some pretty dramatic claims. They've said that they've been able to hit the Mossad headquarters and 3 air bases, Nevatim, Hatzarim, and Tel Nof in Israel. They're talking about, large-scale damage to aircraft on the ground. Can you comment on that? Israel has denied it, but, is the truth somewhere in the middle?
First of all, I tell you frankly, I don't know the reality. I spoke to some friends in Israel. They were in the cities, and some of the missiles that actually launched from Iran landed not far away from their home, and no military base there. I saw photos from a school that actually burned. I saw interception in the skies of Israel towards Israeli cities. My kids, they live in Jerusalem. It was a siren in Jerusalem. The people ran to the shelters. In Jerusalem, there is no military base. Then I think that this is trying to give, I think that's my assumption. The Iranian tried to give to their supporter some sort of success this way or another. I don't think that this is the reality. The reality that most of the missiles were intercepted by the best missile interception system in the world. That is what I know.
But were these air defense systems completely successful? It does appear that a large number of these missiles were intercepted by the Iron Dome and the David Sling system, and maybe the Arrow even, Kobi. But how successful was the air defense? Because it looks like Iran, knowing that if it launches a large number of missiles at the same time, it will be able to, in some ways, get some missiles past that air defense net. Is that what happened?
Yes, I tell you frankly, the pressure over Iran is extremely hard, and it's come from the Arab and the Muslim world. First of all, there is a lot of reaction in the Arab world that says that the Iranians didn't care about their allies, about their proxies that they dealing with Israel since October 7th. We saw what's happened in Lebanon in the last month. We saw what's happening in Gaza. They send their proxies, like Yemen, sending missiles and UAVs to Israel to bring terrorism to Israel by air. Now, the pressure and I saw the celebration in Lebanon and in Syria about what's happened to the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. The celebration and the messages that I got from people in the Arab world, congratulations, continue with it. This is a pressure that the Iranians understand right away, and they need to show some sort of success. But fortunately, in the Israeli perspective, the system that we built throughout the years, the allies that we have with democratic countries help. And right now, I don't think that they have such a success that they try to show themselves.
Final question, Kobi, before I let you go. Speaking of allies and democratic countries, do you see some kind of a role for India going forward? India, you're based in India, you're in Mumbai. India is a country that has, very close relations with Israel. It has very close relations with Iran as well, strategic ties with both these countries. Do you see some kind of a role for India in resolving this conflict?
First of all, I agree with you. I think that we have a very good relation, and I think that you have good relations with Iran, which is okay with our point of view. I think India, in my point of view, and I think that your Prime Minister make it in a very, very clear voice, has a role in the Middle East and also in the peace process. In my point of view, India and, of course, the United States playing a very positive role, bringing peace to the Middle East. We need peace. Everybody needs peace. I think it's good for economy. And I think that the influence of India in the world is extremely important for us.
Kobi Shishani, thank you very much for speaking to us here on India Today and taking our questions. We will stay connected. Thanks for your time here on India Today. The big question that faces the world right now is how will Israel react to what happened last night? The barrage of missiles from Iran hitting Israel have meant that a response is virtually certain. But what form is it going to take? How is it going to spill over into the region? What impact is it going to have in the world? We've brought you perspectives from all over India and in different parts of Israel, Iran, and the United States. But I also wanted to bring in the perspective of a very well-known Indian journalist based in Abu Dhabi who has won several awards reporting conflict in the region and has traveled to many of these countries that we are talking about at this point of time. Welcoming Anjana Shankar, senior journalist with The National in Abu Dhabi, onto our coverage here. Anjana, good to see you. Thank you for your time here on India Today. My first direct question, Anjana, is how do you see the next few days play out? It's nearly a year since this cycle of the conflict began with that Hamas attack last year. Last night, Iran stepped directly into this fight with nearly 200 missiles fired into Israel. As a journalist based in the region, how do you see what happens next?
Hi, thank you, Shiv, for having me. Definitely the contours of the conflict has changed overnight with yesterday's attack that we saw from Iran. So far, what in the past 1 year, as you mentioned, what we have seen is Iran fight the war with Israel, whether it is in Hamas in Palestine, whether it is Hezbollah in Lebanon, or even the Houthi rebels in Yemen. But with this attack, what has happened is it's very clear. It is the clearest sign that we have so far that the region is edging over a full-blown out war. Israel has already made it very clear that this brazen attack from Iran, that they are going to retaliate. They will choose the time and place where they want to attack. And we have to assume that it is almost certain that Israel will react, will retaliate to this attack on its sovereign territory. But the question is when and how. And Iran has already stated that this attack that they staged last night, this barrage of attacks, this is a very strategic and restrained attack on all the escalations that Israel has done. So the question is, if Israel attacks, which Israel will, what will be Iran's reaction? Iran has said if there is a retaliation from Israel, they are going to go on a second volley of attack on Israel. So there is definitely a fear that the Middle East is on the edge of a full-blown out war.
You're based in the United Arab Emirates, Anjana. How is the UAE looking at this particular escalation and what lies ahead?
So UAE is a country which has been batting for a ceasefire. UAE has been negotiating with, talking with the US and other parties involved to make sure that the only durable solution to this crisis is a two-state solution in Palestine. There has to be an escalation. There has to be a ceasefire. But now the question is, I think we are also asking how much has diplomacy succeeded in addressing this conflict, whether it is the US efforts, because US has consistently said over the past 1 year, with all the shuttle diplomacy that we have seen and all the other parties, including other Gulf countries that have played a part in pushing Israel and Hamas to come onto the table and to sign a ceasefire deal, which hasn't happened. What we have seen is only an escalation instead.
Considering that Israel has, a number of different options right now, the one thing that we can be reasonably sure about, Anjana, I don't know if you agree with me, is that an escalation is likely. It doesn't seem like now is going to be the point of de-escalation. It does seem like things are going to escalate from this point on. As a journalist who has traveled extensively, in the Middle East, as a reporter and as a journalist who's been there, does it feel like this is just the next cycle of conflict and nothing is ever really going to end? There will finally be some kind of brokered ceasefire, but ultimately nothing is ever resolved.
I am quite tempted to take quite a pessimistic take on this, Shiv, as you said. Yes. We have seen these conflicts escalate, then de-escalates, there are ceasefires, but essentially we have never seen a durable, a long-term solution to the problems that Middle East faces, especially stemming from the Israel-Palestinian conflict, a very complicated, complex conflict which goes back to decades. And this is a new and a different level of escalation that we saw on October 7th. And I think what is different this time is how different parties are getting involved. There is Hamas, there is Hezbollah from Lebanon, and there is Houthi rebels also, all of them getting into and jumping into the fray and turning it into a bigger, wider war in the region. And Israel, from Israel's point of view, after an October 7 attack, now they are fighting a multi-front war. A few days ago, their fighter jets flew thousands of miles to attack Hodeidah port, which is under the Houthi control, because Houthis have been waging a proxy war, attacking the shipping lines in the Red Sea in order to express their solidarity with their Palestinian brothers. And Hezbollah, I think Israel has definitely become emboldened with some of their back-to-back successes, military successes that we have seen, the pager attacks inside Lebanon, which kind of crippled a lot of Hezbollah fighters, the annihilation of the Hezbollah leader that we saw last week. So definitely it is an emboldened Israel that we see now. It's a brazen Netanyahu who is kind of drunk on war. And so Israel has made it very clear now that restraint is not the name of the game that they're playing with.
Restraint is not the name of the game.
So there's little hope at the moment, unless we see a miracle, there is a diplomatic miracle, and then we see there is some sort of de-escalation, like what we saw in April, after there was an attack by Iran, because this is the second missile attack from Iran, one which was in April. There was a major fear at that time that this is an escalation. But, after months, there was no response back from Iran after Israel hit them back. There was a de-escalation. So we have to wait and expect that there could be some sign of miracle this time.
I agree with you. Restraint doesn't seem to be the name of the game, and especially with Israel seeing, American pressure forcing restraint in April, not being the same kind of pressure that they're facing now, means that an escalation is virtually certain. It's only a question of what form that escalation will take. But I think, Anjana, we're going to hear much more from you in the days ahead as we continue to decode this conflict with voices such as yours in the region. For the moment, though, thank you very much, Anjana, for your time and your inputs on this unfolding story that has an impact not just on the region, but all across the world.
And joining me now on this special broadcast is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Connicus of the Israeli Defense Forces, currently a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Jonathan Connicus, by now the country must have had time to assess the damage in the missile barrage, the attack that took place in the past 24 hours? How extensive is the damage in Israel? What's the extent of the damage, sir?
Yeah, well, that actually is the easy part. Thank you for having me today. That actually is the easy part because that's easy to measure. And the amount of damage is very, very minimal. Most of the incoming ballistic missiles that Iran fired, some 200 of them, were intercepted. And those that did indeed get through our air defenses and exploded, fortunately did not cause any significant loss of life. There was one Palestinian from Gaza who was in Judea and Samaria, and he was killed. But other than that, no loss of life. That's number one. Number two, no significant damage to infrastructure. Definitely no damage to any military sites, Mossad headquarters, IDF, or strategic infrastructure. So all in all, the day after the attack, this massive, unprovoked, and largest Iranian missile attack against Israel in history, I think it did not achieve anything for Iran. What it achieved was actually opening up a lot of opportunities and options for Israel now to retaliate against Iran.
Now, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett called this perhaps the best opportunity in 50 years to target Israel and to take out its nuclear infrastructure. What are Israel's options? How will Israel respond in your military appreciation?
Yeah, so it really boils down to what is the Israeli strategy, as in what does Israel want to achieve long term, and how well will this strategy be coordinated with the US and other Western and regional powers. If Israel wants to bring about the demise of the Iranian regime, then that's a different set of targets and a different set of action. If Israel wants to crumple the Iranian war economy and make it difficult for Iran to continue to pump money and weapons into the hands of terrorists all over Western Asia, then that's a second set of targets. If Israel wants to take care of the menace of Iranian nuclear weapons, then that is a third set of targets. And thankfully, Israel has the capacity to strike these different targets, and it really matters what Israel wants to achieve and how big Israel's, so to say, appetite for direct engagement with Iran will be, and how strong the support will be from Western and regional powers in dealing with Iran. I think that yesterday's attack on Israel is an example for everybody around the world to see, in Asia and in the West, that Iran is a rogue, dangerous, and aggressive regime that fires missiles, deadly missiles, the size of a school bus, 200 of them, at Israeli civilians, and that this is a regime that doesn't have the right to continue to operate as they do. And I think now is an opportunity for Israel, together with other freedom-loving democracies in the world, to change that.
But Jonathan Connicus, Iran's President Pezeshkian is warning Israel, if there is a retaliation, there will be a bigger retaliation, even a harsher punishment that will come from Iran. And in your appreciation, and since Israel studies Iran very closely, was this the best or the worst that Iran could do, or there's a lot more? Because there are reports that seem to suggest that they have a missile arsenal of over 3,000 ballistic missiles.
I think that the Islamic Republic of Iran are best in the world when it comes to sending others to fight for them, whether it's Palestinians, Syrians, Lebanese, or Yemenites. I don't think that they are very good. They don't excel at fighting themselves. So far, their 2 attempts to strike Israel have fallen very flat on their nose. The first time they got lucky and Israel didn't respond strongly against Iran because of American restraint. This time, they are not going to be so lucky, and Israel is going to retaliate. And when Israel sends its planes and missiles in the sky, they usually hit the intended targets. So I don't know what exactly additional capabilities Iran has. It's a big country with a big military, but I do know that Israel has the most advanced defensive and offensive capabilities capable of dealing with everything Iran throws our way.
Well, Israel has, as you very rightly pointed out, perhaps amongst the best air defense systems. You also have the US in the Mediterranean Sea helping Israel. But do you see more countries get involved in this? Now, the moment there's a direct strike from Israel to Iran, do you see other countries in the region perhaps getting involved?
There's definitely that possibility. I hope it doesn't happen, and I hope that there will be tacit and diplomatic support to Israel. But I think that we should try to avoid a regional and bigger conflict. But, you know, to be honest, Israel has been attacked for about a year from 7 different fronts, all of them related to Iran. So this is really regional already, at the lower intensity, but it still is a very regional issue. You know, missiles being fired by Houthis from Yemen and by Iranian proxies in Iraq and from Lebanon and Syria, from all of the different locations.
So clearly, by all accounts, it appears it's not if, but when Israel will strike and strike back, and will it lead to a major escalation in this conflict. Jonathan Connicus for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks, and we'll be tracking this story very closely from all angles to get you a 360-degree perspective.
The biggest question in front of the world at the moment is how is Israel likely to react after the Iranian missile strikes? Joining us is Dr. Einat Wilf, prominent Israeli citizen, has been a member of the Israeli parliament. Dr. Wilf, thank you for taking out time for India Today. I want to start by asking you to describe as best as you can your understanding of the thinking at the highest echelons of the military and the political establishment in Israel on how Israel is likely to react after these 200+ missiles were fired by the Iranians towards Israeli soil.
I can definitely say that the mood in general across the country is that this ends here, in the sense that a kind of they attack, we kind of call it a draw and everyone goes home, is not in the cards. If you remember, in April, Iran launched a major attack against Israel, and the Americans at the time, very much in a mood of appeasement, which now goes by the name of de-escalation, said, take the win. And I remember thinking that I understand that it's been a while since anybody won a war, but this was not a win. Sitting down and just absorbing attacks, even thanks to our advanced air defense system, that's not a win. Ultimately, the win will have to be the same that it was every time that the world went to war with annihilationist extremist ideologies. Central and Western Europe became free once the Nazis were defeated. Eastern Europe became free once the Soviets were defeated. And the people of West Asia and the Middle East have the right to also be free. And for that, the ideology of the Ayatollahs, the ideology that says death to Israel, and of course, as you can notice, death to Israel is not exactly a negotiable demand. It's not something that we can discuss and agree to kind of reach a compromise. This ideology has to die, like Nazism, like communism, like Imperial Japan, whether it's a hot war or a cold war, but ultimately the Ayatollah regime could not emerge from this war standing.
Okay, so you're suggesting that there will be a retaliation in the response. The concern with that is that that could lead to a full-blown war between Israel and Iran. So far, whatever has happened in the past year, efforts have been made to try and ensure that Iran and Israel don't end up in an all-out war. You're essentially suggesting that the Israeli establishment is okay with that, and you want to press till you can beat Iran and potentially effect a regime change.
It's almost the opposite. If you look at history, appeasement has not worked, and de-escalation, the new word, also is not working. So many governments have been so afraid of war that in many ways they actually precipitated it by constantly allowing extremist powers like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like Iran to pay no consequences for their actions, for their buildup. So at one point, you actually have to face the core issue. And the core issue is the extremist ideologies. The Palestinian Hamas ideology that says no Jewish state, the extremist ideology of Hezbollah, the extremist ideology of the Ayatollahs. Those are not ideologies that the world can live with over time. At one point, those ideologies have to be defeated, eradicated, and like Germany, like Japan, the people can then pursue a new course of peace. We deserve all to be free, and we need to be free from ideologies that want nothing than death.
Ma'am, the IDF has announced the deaths of 7 soldiers who were killed during fighting in southern Lebanon today. We've seen from the United Nations to the United States very strong calls for ceasefire, saying that, okay, pull back, given the fact that you've been able to eliminate a large part of the Hezbollah leadership, you've been able to turn the tide with all those pager attacks, the explosions, Hezbollah, Iran, both demotivated. At some point in time, the world is urging Israel now to pull back.
Oh, they are still very much motivated. They continue to be devoted to their extremist ideology. Again, we have no territorial dispute with the people of Gaza. We have no territorial dispute with Lebanon. We have certainly no territorial dispute with Iran. Their demand, their ideology is death to Israel. And what we've seen in southern Lebanon is the massive buildup of tunnels, of weaponry, in order to carry out an attack that is 100 times that of October 7th. Israelis understand that we were wrong to sit for nearly 2 decades and allow our enemies to build up on our borders, at our doorstep. This is not halfway around the world. This is at our doorstep. They have built capabilities that could kill hundreds of thousands of Israelis. We cannot sit by and allow this to happen. And frankly, the United Nations in particular has been worse than useless. There have been numerous UN resolutions calling on Hezbollah to arm, on the Lebanese army to assume responsibility. They have done nothing. When do they start calling for a ceasefire? When Israel is beginning to effectively take action to dismantle the weaponry, the infrastructure of Hezbollah. And by the way, we have a century-long experience. Every time that the Arabs attack the Jews, world powers cave to Arab demands. Whenever the Jews in Israel attack back, suddenly there are hysterical calls for a ceasefire. So really the mood right now in Israel is we're not going to stop until these capabilities no longer exist.
Okay, you've given us a sense of the thinking in Israel. Dr. Einat Wilf, for joining us on the news track. Thank you very much. We will track very carefully how Israel does respond to these Iranian missile attacks. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you.
Joining us is Marzi Hashimi, senior journalist with Press TV in Iran. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Give us a sense of the thinking in Iran at this time after Tehran fired these 200+ missiles towards Israel, and Israel has said it is determined to retaliate.
Right. Hello. Great to be with you. Actually, 400 supersonic missiles, hypersonic missiles. And I can say well, of course, last night when it happened, people just came out spontaneously out of their homes or just going to the main squares, or some people just in front of their homes, and some with fireworks. People were very, very happy, passing out sweets, congratulating each other. And today I was out. Everything was very calm, back to normal. The people are happy because they had been waiting for something. It's been very difficult, I think, for people around the world to watch what we've all unfortunately been watching, this genocide for 1 year. And with the Israeli regime, and it just continued to get more aggressive. And expand its aggression and its terror campaign. I think Iranians and the Iranians I've all talked to, they were very, very happy. And it's not just Iranians. You know, I got messages from people from all over the world, Muslim, non-Muslims, I think any freedom-loving people, and people who can't stand to see such oppression were all very happy and still are.
You're saying Iranians are happy, but what exactly are they happy about? According to the government of Israel, the vast majority of the missiles were intercepted well before they landed anywhere consequential in Israel, and Israel claims that there were 0 casualties from these missile attacks.
Well, first of all, the missiles weren't planned. It wasn't trying to cause any casualties in that sense. It was headed towards military installations, military sites, sensitive sites that have been involved in various terror campaigns. You're saying that the Israeli regime and the Israeli officials are saying that most of the missiles were intercepted. Well, we know from this side, what is being said is that 90% of them hit their target. And we have been getting videos from that area that are videos that have been shared on social media and showing that it's hit. I mean, it would not, obviously, it's not a surprise for the Israeli regime to say that it did not hit. They have very, very strict censoring methods that they have implemented inside of the regime, even for their own journalists. As a matter of fact, earlier in the day prior to this operation, we were talking to some individuals there and elsewhere who had said there were certain operations that had taken place inside of the regime and various attacks, whether it was from the Yemenis or others, that they had strict orders not to report what has happened. And throughout this year, and as a matter of fact, its whole existence, but especially the last year, we have seen lie after lie told. So yes, it's not a surprise that Israeli officials said that the majority of the missiles did not hit.
What does Iran expect will happen next? How prepared are you for the Israeli retaliation, which Tel Aviv says is coming at a time and place of their choosing?
Right. Well, I mean, Iranian officials and the Islamic Republic Guard Force had said yesterday in messages that it was a controlled retaliatory strike to the killing, the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh and Said Hassan Nasrallah and an Iranian commander, Nida Furushan. So it's related to those 3 terrorist attacks particularly. So it was a very limited response. Iran could have definitely responded in a much harsher manner. And what the officials were saying yesterday is that if the Israeli regime decides to attack, that definitely the next time around, the retaliatory attacks will be much worse than what we saw last night.
Okay,
we have to
many Israeli
that
politicians are saying that this is a pivotal moment in the Middle East. They're sensing weakness in the Iranian regime and are seeming quite confident about their ability to force a regime change in Tehran. How do you see this?
Well, that's quite interesting. That's a very interesting comment to come after the day after the night that the Islamic Republic of Iran has carried out these attacks on the Israeli regime. There are those that may think that Iran has become weak, but I can guarantee you there are very few, especially for people who understand from a strategic perspective and from a military perspective. We know that Israel always tried to show that it was invincible, and it created this aura along with the Western hegemonic front that supports it, that it's untouchable. It's so powerful, and of course it is because they continue to send more and more weapons, equipment, and money to the regime, even in the middle of this genocide. But at the same time, we saw and we continue to see various parts of the resistance movement hitting the Israeli regime, from Yemen to Iraq, Lebanon, And of course, we saw the major attack on Iran. So no, I don't think that Iran is weak. And I think the majority of the world today is seeing that as proof. And as far as the government in Iran or the system being overthrown, this is something, a narrative that has been played out since 1979, since the victory of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, when they were saying back then it won't last 6 months. Well, now it's been 46 years, and I can definitely say that the people inside of the country and those outside of the country supported have never been prouder than they were tonight.
Marzi Hashemi, for joining me from Tehran, thank you very much.
Let me now widen this. We will get guests from Tehran as well as from India. KC Singh, former Secretary MEA, served in Tehran. Hossein Ghosh Khelagat is former Editor-in-Chief, Press TV, Tehran. And Jayan Krishna, Senior Fellow, Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. But I want to come to you first, to my guests from Iran. Hossein Ghosh Khelagat, how is Iran seeing what has played out in the last 24 hours? Benjamin Netanyahu saying Iran has made a big mistake. They will have to pay a heavy price for it.
Thank you so much for having me. As you know, Iranian state media reported over 200 missiles had been fired at Israel, including hypersonic weapons for the first time, which was for itself a big story even inside Iran. And as you know, Tuesday attack was Iran's second attack on Israel after a missile and drone attack in April in retaliation for the deadly Israeli strikes on the Iranian consulate building in Damascus. We have also had warning by IRGC officials, including the Joint Chief of Staff of IRGC, which warned of more attacks if Israel goes ahead with attacking Iran. But what is important for now is what I want to mention is the reactions of the government supporters in Iran. Following the attack, the government supporters took to the streets nationwide to hail the IRGC for its retaliatory attack on Israel.
Are you saying a majority of Iranians are supporting what your regime is doing? Are majority supporting this?
No, I was just saying that government supporters took to the streets to hail IRGC for conducting the attack. And what we can see on social and state media right at the moment are footage of missile being fired at Israel. Moreover, state television is broadcasting images of residents of different Iranian cities celebrating missile attacks in streets, waving yellow flag of Hezbollah and portrait, and they actually are showing the images, the pictures, the portrait of the Lebanese
no, but do a majority, Hossein Ghosh Khelagat, I want this clear, do a majority of people of your country support taking on Israel in a direct conflict? Is this what you want?
I was just saying, this is my statement. What we saw, what we observed over the past 24 hours were these government supporters who took to the streets to hail the IRGC for conducting attack on Israel. And I have no idea about the number of people who took to the streets, but what I'm certain is that those who took to the streets were government supporters.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, KC Singh, we are playing these images of the streets of Tehran where you've got pictures of Nasrallah being held up, pictures of Khamenei being held up, and government supporters hitting the street, as Hossein Ghosh Khelagat said. Do you believe that this attack, KC Singh, has widespread support in Tehran from your experience being there? Or is Israel banking on some element of discontent that could lead, they hope, to even internal discontent leading to a regime change?
Rajdeep, let me start by...
Yeah, go ahead,
Let me start by introducing two ironies. Cyrus the Great liberated the Jews 2,500 years ago from their imprisonment in Baghdad, and they were able to go back. So it was really an Iranian emperor who released the captivated Jews to return to their homeland. Now, ironically, again, it's Netanyahu who was on a very sort of on the back foot after October 7 last year, because there was an intelligence failure. He was very unpopular. There were popular protests. So the more the uncertainty, more risky the path he takes, less the danger to him losing power. And that is the problem, because he's gone on extending the area of conflict. And that has suited him, because Israelis have now no option. They've protested against him because relatives of hostages have protested. But today he probably has a nation behind him. Same will happen in Iran. It's an ancient civilization, 3,000 years or more. So once you threaten them, the people will fall in behind the leaders. So the reverse will happen. And I'm sure Netanyahu knows it, but he doesn't care. His thing is to essentially use it to weaken his opponents and the surrogates of the Iranians. They've done it up to a point.
But he could say he's justified, KC Singh, because of the kind of war that the proxies of Iran have launched against him. I mean, he could well claim that he's doing this as he is in some kind of self-defense.
Correct. But you must also remember that even the Chinese, though India has not said that, the Chinese called the first missile attack by Iran on Israel as self-defense. And as we are talking now, the UN Security Council is meeting. There's an emergency meeting. And the representative of Russia, I didn't hear the representative of China, the representative of France also was for ceasefire. They're not fully supporting Netanyahu in what he's doing. They're saying, hey, this needs to stop. And I think the general mood in the Security Council is that America, there's a window available to Netanyahu. American elections are just a month away. Biden is lame duck. Netanyahu is hoping that Trump comes in. I don't think Kamala Harris is that supportive of Netanyahu as Trump would be. And therefore, there is a window of the next 4 weeks, which Netanyahu wants to utilize to achieve his objective, which is to hit the nuclear facilities of Iran. Now, what happens is, I think it's been mentioned that Iran has conveyed silently to the West that if our oil facilities or our infrastructure is hit, we'll even go after US allies in the Gulf, which means that is of concern to India, because if all oil export from the Gulf stops, you can imagine the chaos here. So therefore, when Prime Minister spoke only to Netanyahu, I was very surprised, because we don't get into this. The Chinese President Xi hasn't got into this.
I'm going to just stop you for a moment, Casey, just to get your video. We are having a slight problem with the network. Let me just get back to you. But Jain Krishna, you're hearing what is being said by KC Singh. The United States is obviously a major stakeholder, particularly if now this involves Iran. So far, the US has made it very clear they stand behind Israel. If tomorrow Israel decides to hit a nuclear installation or an oil installation in Iran and this spirals out of control, what do you realistically see the United States doing?
So Rajdeep, it's a very volatile situation. It appears as if the world is on the brink. Those of you of us who have been watching social media, we know people are talking about a possibility of a World War III. I mean, that seems to me extremely far-fetched. But yes, those kind of possibilities are being talked about. And as you rightly said, it is not just bombarding their nuclear installations, destroying their nuclear capability, but even they could go to an extent of insisting on a regime change in Iran, which is also their economy could be very, very badly damaged.
But do you see that happening? Are you really seeing that in the short term Israel will go to the extent of targeting nuclear and oil installations and pushing for a regime change?
I hope that doesn't happen, and I hope that US prevails upon them for a ceasefire. And also I hope UN Security Council is meeting, that there's a UN resolution for whatever it means. The fact is,
but the UN seems completely, if I may be allowed to use the word, almost impotent at the moment in stopping the fight.
which is very unfortunate, Rajdeep, because it seems to be going the League of Nations way. But in such a situation, whatever needs to happen, I mean, the U.S. pressure on Israel for a ceasefire, the UN resolution, other senior leaders all over the world, if they impress upon them, then the retaliation may not be as harsh as people are talking about, or all Israeli leaders have been talking about. Because let us understand, nobody wins a war. Both sides lose a war. It's only the question of extent of losses on both sides that may vary, So I think to my mind, the wise sense must prevail, and Israel, the world must prevail upon Israel not to progress with the war and not to go for, the kind of hostilities which people are talking about, including their nuclear installations and oil fields and so on and so forth. I fundamentally believe, otherwise the world is going to pay a very, very heavy price. We have seen in the last 1 year or so, the crisis which has been going on in that region,
Right.
Thousands of lives have been lost, civilian structures have been damaged, strategic structures have been damaged. Nobody wins a war. That's a fact. That's a reality.
Can I therefore ask you, KC Singh, in conclusion, what's your best case and worst case scenario? I think more and more Indians certainly are concerned with the worst case. What's your worst case scenario? What's your best case scenario?
Worst case scenario is that they go after the nuclear facilities and they also hit the oil facilities. Then there'll be a retaliation, because we'll see the Iranians go after the oil facility of maybe Saudi Arabia in the Gulf, or they'll try stopping the oil trade from Gulf if their own oil trade is disrupted. The medium-term reasonable kind of conclusion is Iranians will hit back. But remember one thing, we are told nobody's died in Iran, in Israel, other than one Palestinian. Now the reports which are coming in, and media is not carrying them. That is the other unfortunate thing. That bulk of the missiles which have landed at the Israeli air bases and near the Mossad headquarters. I don't think Iranians were targeting civilians. Therefore, the retaliation may be similar. There may be attack on some of the facilities, because Israel has to retaliate, even to satisfy their own public opinion. But if Netanyahu goes all the way, it's possible he has an extreme right-wing coalition. And if he finds he's getting support from the public, he may just widen it. And then, of course, in these 4 weeks, when we have a lame duck US president and nothing much happening, I think anything can happen.
But so you're saying the next 1 month becomes critical, because that provides a window to Netanyahu in a way, with the US caught up in its presidential elections, to take the kind of options that he wants. But Hossein Ghosh Khelgat, give us again a view. How do Iranians see what is happening? Tell us how is the media in Iran, which is very controlled by your government, how is it reporting it? How are they seeing what is playing out? Is it seeing Nasrullah as some kind of a martyr, a hero? How are they seeing what is happening? How do they see Israel?
Exactly. If just you take a look at the state media, state television these days, it's full of footage of celebrations, of footage of Nasrullah, of fire, of missiles being fired on Israel. It's all about the state television. Even state-funded newspapers are the same. That's all about.
So they think targeting Israel with missiles, they think it's an occasion to celebrate.
Exactly. It's when it comes to state media, it's an occasion to celebrate, because the government authorities were under heavy pressure by state media, by government supporters to act, retaliate the Israeli operations in Lebanon, Israeli operation in Tehran, which led to the death of Ismail Haniyeh. It was the government was under mounting pressure to do something, and after the missile attack on Israel, these government supporters and even government supporters on the state media use the occasion to celebrate and.
So you're saying it's an occasion. I take your point. You're saying it's an occasion to celebrate. Now that should make it also worrying in a way. Jayan Krishna, America in the middle of a presidential election. How is the US seeing it at the moment? Do you sense concern, or is the primary focus on who wins November 5th and then we'll see what happens?
See, I have a feeling, Rajdeep, in these kind of war-like situations, you can't wait for 1 month for the presidential elections to get over, So I think they would try their best. Howsoever, weak the president is said, is said to be. But the fact is, Biden would try to prevail upon them and diffuse the situation rather than it to escalate. Because if it escalates, it doesn't do him any good any good to Kamala Harris in the elections at all. So I see they would do, while their entire focus is on the campaign and on the fundraising, but the fact is that they can ill afford if a full-fledged war breaks out between the two nations. I believe they will do everything it takes to diffuse the situation and insist on, prevail upon Israel to agree for a ceasefire.
Yeah, but that's, it's so far not worked, KC Singh. And there is the other angle that I just want to explore before I conclude, which is the moderate Arab nations and the so-called axis of, the axis that Iran has built. The axis of resistance. How do you see that playing out? Do you see tensions widening within the Arab world if this continues to escalate in this manner?
No, these are mostly autocratic governments in the Gulf as well as in West Asia. And don't forget one thing, the governments may be secretly very happy because they fear Iran and they fear the influence in the Shia crescent. But the street may be behaving differently. The common Arab on the street would empathize with the Palestinians, would empathize with the Iranians, because the Palestinians are not Shias. The Hezbollah are Shias. So therefore, the minute the Palestinian issue comes in, the Arab street would be certainly supportive of Iran and not of their own governments. And they would be aware of it. So therefore, that's why they'll be quiet. The next question will be, if an aerial attack takes place, the planes have to overfly some Arab countries, because Israel is far away from Iran. So is it Jordan? Is it UAE, Saudi Arabia? So which is the countries which allow it? I mean, that would be another question, which can then create a sort of turmoil within their own countries, not in the Gulf, but certainly in Egypt or Jordan. Jordanian king is already on the back foot, and there are a lot of Palestinians living in Jordan. Jordan has intervened in the past to shoot down the missiles, Iranian missiles, going over Jordan. Now, will they participate or be seen as complicit in Iranian facilities being attacked? I don't know. It just remains to be seen. But the most vulnerable will be the Jordanian regime.
Very, very interesting how this is playing out. And we expect, of course, more developments to take place. The United Nations Security Council is meeting as we speak. But as we've seen, the UN Security Council has been almost powerless over the last year to stop the bloodletting that's taken place on both sides, and their inability to ensure either Israel or indeed Iran are able to restrain them at the moment. So it appears who will play the peacemaker, that is a huge question, and there doesn't seem to be any sign at the moment of peace, particularly after yesterday's attack on Israel. You've heard from the Israeli perspective, you've heard about the celebrations taking place in Iran, and you're hearing from our expert guests warning of the short-term, medium-term and long-term consequences of all that's happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. I'll leave it there. I appreciate all my guests joining me. We'll, of course, continue to track this big story.
The situation across West Asia, extremely explosive. Even as we speak, Israel has warned Iran of a very strong response. Israel has said, and I want to quote, "We will respond. We know how to locate important targets. We know how to strike with precision and power." Words of Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi at the Tel Nof Air Base. Israel insists they can target any place across West Asia, across Middle East, and soon their enemies will understand that. The Chief of General Staff was visiting airmen at the Tel Nof Air Base targeted by Iranian missiles. He said IDF soldiers will mark this holiday season in the Gaza Strip, in Lebanon, in Judea, in Samaria, and all along the borders with reinforced forces and heightened state of readiness, and that the Israeli Defense Forces know this holiday is not complete without hostages. I'll get you much more on the latest developments, but first, listen in to the Israeli Chief of Defense Staff.
We have the ability to reach and attack any point in the Middle East, and those of our enemies who have not understood this until now will understand it soon. We know that the holiday is not complete without the abductees. We are obliged to continue and do everything to return them, and we grieve for the voids that have fallen.
And the images that you see on your television screen in the past 24 hours, the skies in Israel, it lit up a barrage of nearly 200 ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles fired from Iran, launched from Iran. Now, so far, Iran hadn't launched this massive a direct attack, but the suspense over when Israel will strike back, that's the biggest question the world is asking today. Iran has officially entered this conflict, but the big takeaway from the escalation was Iran can strike deep inside Israel. The question is, despite the Iron Dome, the David Sling, the Arrow 2, the Arrow 3, the Patriot missile defense shield, and of course the fighter jets of the Israeli Air Force, the US Air Force, the US Navy destroyers in the Mediterranean Gulf, at least some of these hypersonic missiles and cruise missiles and ballistic missiles were able to hit areas in and around Tel Aviv. Much more on that big story, but first, these latest developments.
Like fireworks in a night sky, salvos of Iranian ballistic missiles painting a surreal canvas in the dark airspace over Israel. Missiles in their hundreds soaring into the air, each dot of light representing thruster flames, propelling a warhead towards a target. Images that have viral around the world, becoming the face of this latest escalation in a crisis that's just shy of a year old. Iran, which has large arsenals of ballistic missiles, had held back from any direct attack until the night of October 1st, when dozens of these missiles, Imad, Ghadar and Fatah 2 missiles, attempted to hit multiple targets across the country. The attack even involved the first use of a hypersonic version of Iran's Fatah 2 missile. Iran claimed that these streaks of light hit most of their targets. With Iranian reports even suggesting that the missiles managed to destroy large numbers of Israeli combat aircraft. A claim not proven with evidence thus far. The haunting lights in the darkness, a message to Israel from Iran. A message that Iran not only has the ability to strike, but the ability to strike specific targets. Israel's air defense systems, including the Iron Dome, did manage to intercept several of the incoming missiles. With almost certain help from United States air defense assets situated in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. But the sheer number of missiles launched together meant that at least some of the missiles managed to evade interception and hit their targets. The unending stream of imagery of the missiles in flight painted across the night sky won't be forgotten soon and will thicken the clouds that now darken between the two countries. Bureau Report, India Today.
So after close to 181 missiles were fired, including the hypersonic missiles, the ballistic missiles, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps generals have claimed significant damage has been inflicted on key military installations, and each target was very carefully chosen. For example, the Mossad headquarters, and Mossad has been blamed for those pager attacks and for providing pinpoint intelligence that led to the killing not just of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, but also Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon. So Mossad headquarters was in the line of fire, as were 3 key air bases in Israel where fighter jets were launched to target Lebanon. Now, as the world watches very closely, the question is, when will Israel respond? It's not if, but when and how.
Ballistic missiles tearing through the night sky. West Asia is in turmoil as nearly 200 missiles were fired by Iran into Israel. Iran's ballistic missile attack on Israel has caused significant damage, claims the Iran Revolutionary Guards. Operation True Promise 2 targeted 3 key Israeli air bases, namely Nevatim, Hatzerim and Tel Nof. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard stated that F-35 and F-15 fighter jets used in the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah were targeted. Iran also claimed that the Mossad headquarters was targeted in the precision strikes. The big question now is, how will Israel respond to attacks by Iran? Scenario 1. Israel may strike high-value targets like Iran's Tar Allah headquarters and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard command. Scenario 2. Israel could carry out airstrikes on Iran's underground missile bases. Scenario 3. Israel may carry out missile strikes on Iranian air bases. Scenario 4. Airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Scenario 5. Targeted covert assassination of Iranian politicians. Scenario 6. Mossad covert killings of Iranian diplomats or intel officers abroad. And lastly, Scenario 7. Israel could target Iranian assets in Lebanon, Yemen and Syria. As tensions in the Middle East escalate, global concerns grow with World War III warnings from Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump. The US has deployed additional troops and more fighter jets to the Middle East as an attempt to mitigate the conflict between Israel and Iran's proxies from becoming a regional war. Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to immediately go across now to Tel Aviv because that's where journalist Emily Bodbol is joining me. Emily, what is the situation right now? Is it calm? Is there an uneasy calm? I see people around you as well. How are Israelis going about the day today?
Thank you so much. As you can see around me, I'm right now on Tel Aviv's promenade, and life has gone back to normal around me. People are walking around, exercising as usual. We do hear here and there some helicopters above us, letting us know that, it's not all over. Some of the restrictions have been lifted and Israelis no longer have to remain by shelters. Now, here, only a few blocks away from the site of the attack, where 2 terrorists actually murdered 7 people in in Tel Aviv's light rail last night. I am here with Aaron, who decided to go out of the house. Aaron, who's half Indian, and came to exercise this morning. Aaron, how do you feel?
Yesterday I was a bit nervous. I guess today it just has to be, you have to just go back to normal life.
You have to just go back to normal life. Did you think of staying home all day today?
No. As in, life goes on in Israel quite quickly.
And yeah.
Yes, I think that's the only way to live. Not responsibly live there. So I come out in the morning to go to the gym, start my day, and I start my work the day after.
And are you planning to take the light rail? Are you planning to take transportation anytime soon, or do you have second thoughts?
Well, I have some family who live in Jerusalem. So I'm going to have to take the train. I guess I could I'm not going to pay for a taxi is just simply too expensive. But as I said, if you can't let fear really just submerge a whole person. As I guess terrible things happen, and it's not like any other country. I'm from London, so obviously this is very new to me. It's an experience, but I feel like you just have to. You just have to live life as you would.
So you are going to go to Jerusalem today. You are going to take.
But I will.
Yes, you will be taking transportation. Yesterday, the Iranian attack involving over 180 ballistic missiles sent.
If you can hear me, I just want to get this clarity that where you're standing right now is exactly where the two gunmen were with the weapons and had targeted the locals?
Away from where it happened. I am on on Tel Aviv's promenade right now, a few blocks away. If you continue straight for about 10 to 15 minutes, you will be at the site of the attack. This is actually more of a hip area in Tel Aviv where people come to go to the beach, to exercise, and to actually start their day. Just to remind you, it's still 8:40 a.m. in Tel Aviv. This is very early in the day, and still we have some people who have decided to not wait, get out of their houses, and go by their day just as usual.
So Iran in the past 12 hours has targeted Israeli bases, specifically as it says, and what we saw were fireworks as it looked like in the skies, but these were ballistic hypersonic missiles, and over 100 is what we are informed according to reports on the ground. But what was the target? Let's take a look at some of the satellite images India Today has accessed. Now, you see where Israel is located and where Iran is. So it has to cross all these territories, including Lebanon, where it then enters into the skies, into the territory and airspace of Israel. Tel Nof, Hevatim and Nadrim are air bases. Now, why would these air bases be targeted by Iran? Because this is where some of the most sophisticated fighter jets are placed right now. F-35, F-15 are some of them. And why are they important? Because these were the fighter jets that were used in the aerial strikes and bombing in Lebanon and Syria and at the border, specifically for targeting of the Hezbollah leaders and Hezbollah headquarters. Apart from this, for now, the extent of damage in Israel is unknown. The Iranian Revolutionary Guards are claiming they've successfully hit the bases and that there's been massive damage. Israel says only 2 people have received shrapnel injuries and that their defense system, their precautionary measures have been able to save people. That is what is happening on the ground, and I want to quickly bring in Emily here for the latest on that. Emily, what is then the plan looking like right now? Because for now, Iran is saying that they are not going to stop. You've killed Hezbollah leaders, you're targeting Lebanon, and we'll go after you. This is an official declaration of war. Do you think Israel will take a step back and says that it's going to now ensure there is a ceasefire, there's peace? Or do you think Israel has decided to go all out against Hezbollah as it has mentioned as a vow?
I do not believe that Israel is planning to back out. I do not believe that Israel can back out at this point. Let's remind everyone that as we speak, we have rocket sirens in the north of Israel. Israel's northern population has been displaced for over a year since Hamas's October 7 massacre that killed 1,200 people and during which 251 were kidnapped. So there is no plan to back out at the moment. Israel launched this week, it announced on Tuesday that it launched a ground operation in Lebanon to prevent Hezbollah from conducting a ground invasion. We now know that there were plans to conduct a similar ground invasion to October 7, coming to communities from the north. So there is no plan to back out. Let me remind you that the date of Iran's ballistic attack, which happened yesterday, is the high holidays here in Israel. This is just about the period at which Hamas attacked southern Israel last year on October 7. We are in fact marking a year from the massacre a week from now, less than a week from now, and Israel will continue. We know that there will be a response. We do not know yet what it will look like, but we can expect that some strategic sites will be targeted during that response.
And we'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in on the war front here. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Tuesday night that Iran made a big mistake by launching missiles towards Israel. During the opening of the Security Cabinet meeting in Jerusalem, he said Iran will pay for it, quote unquote. That's a big message there from the Israeli Prime Minister. Listen in.
נסראללה איראן עשתה הערב טעות גדולה, והיא תשלם על כך. המשטר באיראן לא מבין את נחישותנו להגן על עצמנו, ואת נחישותנו לגמול לאויבינו. סינואר ודף לא הבינו זאת, נסראללה ומוחסן לא הבינו זאת, וכנראה יש בטהרן אלה שלא מבינים זאת. הם יבינו. נעמוד בכלל שקבענו. מי שתוקף אותנו, אנחנו תוקפים.
Big story this morning, Iran attacks Israel. There will be consequences, says Benjamin Netanyahu in a statement that he has made. A video shows Iranian missile attack on Israel. And this, Israel says, is a big mistake on the part of Iran. Iran will pay for it, says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as the world has urged Israel to exercise restraint. However, these strikes continue and now Iran has retaliated. The military has said that Iran fired missiles at Israel and air raid sirens sounded across the country. Residents were ordered to remain close to bomb shelters. Israel and the US have warned there will be consequences. The orders, in fact, to shelter in place were sent to Israelis' mobile phones, announced on nationwide on television. Alerts were sounded a day after rocket and missile attacks from Lebanon. Israel said it had begun limited ground operations and incursions in the southern part of Lebanon. These were targeted airstrikes, is what Israel had said. On your screen, pictures from Tel Aviv, where there have been strikes on the part of Iran and also a terrorist attack that we're reporting on. Listen in once again to what the Israeli Prime Minister had to say.
איראן עשתה הערב טעות גדולה, והיא תשלם על כך. המשטר באיראן לא מבין את נחישותנו להגן על עצמנו, ואת נחישותנו לגמול לאויבינו. סינואר ודף לא הבינו זאת, נסראללה ומוחסן לא הבינו זאת, וכנראה יש בטהרן אלה שלא מבינים זאת. הם יבינו. נעמוד בכלל שקבענו. מי שתוקף אותנו, אנחנו תוקפים אותו.
All right, more news coming in this morning. Iran's supreme leader has warned of a stronger attack. Khamenei said uprising will be stronger, more painful. Iran's supreme leader has remained in a secure location after missiles fired at Israel, senior Iranian officials have told Reuters. That's a big development, with the war only escalating even further, with things escalating even further. Explosions on the Israel-Lebanon border as IDF ground operation begins. Iran has retaliated. A video showing Iranian missile attack on Israel. Attacking Israel, and Israel has responded saying that there will be consequences. There's been a missile attack. These are pictures on your screen right now. There's also been a terrorist attack in Tel Aviv. Iran's supreme leader has said that there will be a stronger attack. Iran has retaliated. The supreme leader, Khamenei, remains in a secure location after missiles are fired at Israel. Senior Iranian officials have told Reuters. Uprising will be stronger, more powerful. The supreme leader warning of a stronger attack. Iran fired over 100 rockets into Israel on Tuesday night. Let's take a look at the pictures that have been coming in. Iran has begun its latest retaliation against Israel. A barrage of ballistic missiles are fired from Iran to side to Israel, lighting up the skies over the cities of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Barrage of rockets, including ballistic missiles, rocked Tel Aviv skies as Israeli civilians hid in bunkers seeking shelter. On your screen, pictures are of air sirens, air raid sirens going off across the country. Iranian missiles rained over the old city in Jerusalem, a holy site for Muslims, Christians and Jews, as air raid sirens blare across the city. Waves of projectiles were seen over Tel Aviv and Jaffa, with some intercepted by air defenses. Iranian missile launches came after Israeli ground troops launched raids into Lebanon. Rockets flew over the Jordanian sky as Iran fired a salvo of ballistic missiles at Israel in retaliation for Israel's campaign against Tehran's Hezbollah allies in Lebanon. Joining this morning is our Foreign Affairs Editor, Geeta Mohan, for more details on that. Geeta, extremely worrying situation from the strikes that we've seen at night. Retaliation perhaps from Iran was expected, but we also know that there's been a terror attack in Israel and there is further escalation. Give us a sense of what's happening on the ground.
Well, the fact that this is an escalation and the Iranians have been very, very clear that they are only focusing on the infrastructure and not civilian areas. There has been a very clear message that has been put out and sent by the commanding officers in the Iranian administration, saying that this was just to show that Iran can retaliate and Iran will retaliate, but the focus and the target was not a civilian infrastructure or civilian spaces, that they were all infrastructure and bases of Israel, and should Israel retaliate, there is going to be a response that Israel will receive. So that was Brigadier General Nasir Zadeh, who has actually come out and said that these are military and intelligence-related targets, and very legitimate for Iran to do that, given the kind of attacks Iran and Iran's allies have suffered. That's what the operation was all about. They were all... And we have confirmation on no civilian deaths from Israel itself, saying that no civilians have been injured. Although yes, all civilians were sent to bomb shelters and bunkers, so they were not out in the open anyway. Having said that, the ballistic missiles reached only the infrastructure and military-related infrastructure, to be precise. So Iran is calling it a legitimate response, and also saying that if Israel tries to retaliate, there will be a harsher reply. So massive threat coming in from the Iranian side. This is escalation, Sneha. Whether they like it or not, there is going to be an Israeli response. How Israel is going to respond to it is something we'll have to wait and see.
Days ahead, undoubtedly, because this is a war, and it is only, in fact, snowballing further. Certainly very, very bad news, not just for West Asia, but for the global community as a whole. Geeta, be with us. Just coming back to you in a moment from now. West Asia war sees a major escalations. On Tuesday, Iran fired over 100 missiles at Israel, triggering alarms across the country and sending Israelis rushing for shelter. In response, the Israeli army announced the closure of the nation's airspace. Spokesperson Daniel Hagari has assured that Israel's air defense systems were fully operational, effectively detecting and intercepting incoming threats. The Revolutionary Guards of Iran said that the missile attack was in retaliation for killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and a senior Hamas figure last week. Meanwhile, Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei remains in a secure location amid the missile strikes.
איראן עשתה הערב טעות גדולה, והיא תשלם על כך. המשטר באיראן לא מבין את נחישותנו להגן על עצמנו, ואת נחישותנו לגמול לאויבינו. סינואר ודף לא הבינו זאת, נסראללה ומוחסן לא הבינו זאת, וכנראה יש בטהרן אלה שלא מבינים זאת. הם יבינו. נעמוד בכלל שקבענו. מי שתוקף אותנו, אנחנו תוקפים אותו.
That continues to be with us, Geeta. In fact, Iran has been putting out this information as well, saying that the onslaught is on and it will continue. A sense of how the world really is looking at the situation, given that Israel had been warned earlier also to not, in fact, escalate this further, isn't it? Especially after the strike that killed the supreme leader of Hezbollah, the leader who had been heading the group for 30 long years.
But Sneha, look at how things have changed on the ground as well. With Iran now in the picture, having entered the fray, the American attitude and American position has changed drastically. For a country that was focused only on ceasefire and asking Israel to stop, now they have started coming out and saying that they're going to back Israel completely because Iran has come into the picture. So in a way, if you see, civilians not targeted, infrastructure, yes. Israel is certainly going to respond. The war theater has widened, but for Netanyahu to have the kind of support that he wanted from America and not to be told to stop is something that they really wanted. So we are looking at America now that might continue speaking of diplomacy and ceasefire, but are not going to walk the talk because Iran is in the fray. They better know their enemy, their adversary. So what we are looking at, and I can imagine, is that Israel is yet again going to, which Israel is saying, that this is what, apart from all the statements that have come in the recent past when they were founding Lebanon, Yemen, and Syria, they kept talking about their successes and wins. But after the attack from Iran, look at the messages that have come from the Israeli handlers. Some of them saying this is the kind of threat that Israel faces. This is how we are targeted. This is what we face. This is the existential crisis. So once they speak of their existential crisis because Iran is in the fray, you will see America and many others rally behind Israel, and the talk for ceasefire really reduces. This is the moment, Sneha, that we'll have to see whether the Arab world is going to come together to continue with the call for a ceasefire. Now, Iran is continuing with its attacks is because despite the distance, Iran is doing it because their next best thing that they had, the Hezbollah, is completely decimated. So this is a war theater now that has not just expanded, but has become, will take a very serious turn because Iran is in the fray now.
Well, absolutely. Be with us, Geeta. Just coming back to you in a moment from now as we keep our eyes firmly on these developments from Israel, Iran, and of course, Lebanon. Here's how the world leaders are reacting to this escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict.
I think it would be right to start off with October 7th. We regard October 7th as a terrorist attack. We understand that Israel had a need to respond. But we also believe that any response by any country has to take into account international humanitarian law, that it must be careful about any damage or any implications for civilian populations. And that given what has happened in Gaza, it is important to have some kind of international humanitarian effort out there. And we are very much concerned at the possibility of a broadening of the conflict, not just what happened in Lebanon, but also, I referred earlier to the Houthis and the Red Sea. And, to some extent, anything that happens between Iran and Israel. So, again, it's one thing to be concerned. I'm sure you can say that for a lot of countries. If, as part of that concern, you can end up doing something about it, again, don't underestimate the importance of communication in difficult times. If there are things to be said and passed on and passed back, I think those are all contributions that we can make, and we do.
I wanted to say a few words about Iran's missile attack on Israel today. At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected. Make no mistake, the United States is fully supportive of Israel. And I've been spent the morning and part of the afternoon in the Situation Room and meeting with my whole national security team and consulting with the Israelis indirectly because in terms of their impact on us.
Today, Iran launched approximately 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in a reckless and brazen attack. I condemn this attack unequivocally. I'm clear-eyed. Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East, and today's attack on Israel only further demonstrates that fact. I fully support President Biden's order for the U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles targeting Israel, just as we did in April. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies. We will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable.
Iran, for the second time in the space of 5 months, launched a direct attack on Israel, including some 200 ballistic missiles. This is totally unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it. Initial reports suggest that Israel, with the active support of the United States and other partners, effectively defeated this attack. We have demonstrated once again our commitment to Israel's defense. We'll remain in very close touch with Israel and other partners in the region in the hours and days ahead.
Iran had no money when I was in charge. They had a lot of money when I started. They had no money when I finished. And now they have $300 billion and another $300 billion from their wholly owned subsidiary, Iraq. You know, Iraq has more oil than almost anybody. It's like massive. But they didn't keep the oil. And they have hundreds of billions of dollars right now. Under my administration, we had no war in the Middle East. We had no war in Europe. We had harmony in Asia. We had no inflation. We had no Afghanistan catastrophe. Instead, we had peace, peace, peace. We had a lot of peace.
Amid escalation and tensions in an already volatile region, Israel's capital city faces a terror attack. A deadly shooting in the Jaffa neighborhood of Tel Aviv on Tuesday left 8 people dead, with multiple others critically injured. Reports indicate the attack occurred near a light rail station. 2 gunmen opened fire on bystanders in a crowded area. Emergency responders rushed to the scene, providing immediate medical assistance to those wounded. Several of the injured are in grave condition, with some reported to be unconscious as well. Visuals from the scenes capture the terrorists getting off at the station before launching the assault. They were quickly neutralized by the cops. Meanwhile, authorities have yet to release further details about the attackers' identities or their motives. I'm going to go straight across to Geeta for more on that. Geeta, this in fact is a horrible, horrible reminder of what happened in Mumbai, isn't it? The manner in which the terrorists here caught on these, on the CCTV camera have in fact gone on a shooting spree really, and shooting and stabbing spree, killing 8 people at least.
Well, yes. What happened last evening in the heart of Tel Aviv is certainly a scare that Israel has to live with on a daily basis. It was a scenario where we're looking at terrorists coming in and spraying bullets at the passers-by. So there have been massive injuries. And 4 dead is what was confirmed till we saw last. There were 2 very critical and some injured as well. The operation was carried out. The fact that Israel is always on high alert is the reason why they swiftly could carry out an operation, and the two terrorists were neutralized. But this is now something that they will have to see on how they can avert. We are looking at threats from within and without, which is from the outside as well. Israel is going to face not just internal threats, but also, as we've been talking about it on India Today Global as well, Sneha, a seven-front war, whether it's the initial threat from the Hamas when it came to Gaza, then Israel opened up West Bank as well, then Lebanon, then Yemen, Syria, extremist organizations from Iraq, and now Iran itself. So a seven-front war is what we're looking at between Israel and the others in the region. The Arab world is very concerned because there is going to be a spillover effect of that. But the internal situation with these terror attacks and these attacks in civilian areas and cities are going to be very, very, is something that Israel will have to look into. Now, identity of the assailants, where they were, what's the motive, are details that still have to come out. But yes, Israel is going to put out those details since they have lost lives in the attack. And there are still those who have been injured and are in hospitals.
All right, Geeta, getting us up to speed with those details as far as those developments from Tel Aviv. We're talking about the attack that has taken place, and two terrorists have been neutralized is what we know. Staying with this, Israel-Hezbollah war continues to escalate. Israel continued its onslaught also on Lebanon's borders, where it demolished underground tunnel networks of the Hezbollah. Missiles struck several residential buildings in the capital of Beirut. Hezbollah is hit back by targeting Mossad headquarters, crucial highways hampering connectivity, and several military posts in Tel Aviv. A demolition of underground tunnels comes as a massive setback for the Hezbollah. The tunnels are over 100 miles in length and house the underground command, control rooms, weapons and medical supplies. Israel has vowed to further destroy Hezbollah's combat compounds and said it won't allow a repeat of the deadly October 7th attack of last year.
One of the buildings that our troops raided, we found proof of this. This is a map that Hezbollah planned to give its terrorists at the time of a wide-scale invasion into the state of Israel, as part of its Conquer the Galilee plan to carry out an October 7th massacre in Israel's north. As you can see on the map, there is a key marking Israeli communities, IDF posts, access roads, and targets for attack. We found this map on one of the compounds that was supposed to be used by thousands of Hezbollah terrorists on the day they carried out their invasion. We are dismantling all this area that was ready for the leaping point for Hezbollah Radwan forces, infrastructures next to our border, and we need to take care of it because we will not let another 7th of October occur next to our border. We'll do it as fast as we can, and we will take down the threat. It's a threat next to our border. Any other sovereign country will do the same. This is a murderous terror organization in the size of an army, and we will take care of it. We will push Hezbollah back from border. Our citizens, our civilians in the north should live in safe and security. We'll make it happen.
Iran's Armed Forces Chief of Staff Major General Mohammad Bagheri on Tuesday, which is the 1st of October, threatened to repeat Tehran's attack against Israel and target its infrastructure. Now, speaking on state TV, Bagheri said the operation would be repeated several times stronger if Israel retaliated against a missile attack by Iran earlier on Tuesday evening. Iran fired more than 180 ballistic missiles at Israel in retaliation for Israel's campaign against Iran's Hezbollah allies in Lebanon, and Israel vowed a painful response against its enemy. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Iran's missile attack on Israel failed at the start of a security meeting in Tel Aviv on Tuesday night.
به اذن خداوند متعال در انتقام خون شهید مجاهد اسماعیل هنیه در تهران و نقض حاکمیت ملی جمهوری اسلامی ایران و همچنین شرارت‌های اخیر این رژیم جنایتکار در به شهادت رساندن فرماندهان و همچنین رهبر بزرگ حزب الله و مجاهد عظیم جناب سید حسن نصرالله و فرمانده رشید و شهید سپاه اسلام سردار سرلشکر پاسدار عباس نیلفروشان و همچنین در انتقام از خون کودکان مظلوم غزه و همچنین مردم مقاوم و مظلوم لبنان عملیات وعده صادق دو را با نام مبارک یا رسول الله یا رسول الله یا رسول الله آغاز کنید. توکل بر خدا کنید. موفق باشید.
Fired over 100 rockets onto Israel on Tuesday night. Let's take a look at the visuals, the pictures that have been coming in. Iran has begun its latest retaliation against Israel. A barrage of ballistic missiles were fired from Iran's side to Israel, lighting up the skies over the cities of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Barrage of rockets, including ballistic missiles, rocked Tel Aviv skies as Israeli civilians hid in bunkers seeking shelter. Visuals on your screen show air raid sirens going off across the country. Iranian missiles rain over the old city in Jerusalem, a holy site for Muslims, Christians and Jews, as air raid sirens blare across the city. Waves of projectiles were seen over Tel Aviv and Jaffa, with some intercepted by air defenses. Iranian missile launches came after Israeli ground troops launched raids into Lebanon. Rockets flew over the Jordanian sky as Iran fired a salvo of ballistic missiles at Israel in retaliation for Israel's campaign against Tehran's Hezbollah allies in Lebanon. West Asia war sees major escalation. On Tuesday, Iran fired over 100 missiles at Israel, triggering alarms across the country and sending Israelis rushing for shelter. In response, the Israeli army announced a closure of the nation's airspace. Spokesperson Daniel Hagari assured that Israel's air defense systems are fully operational, effectively detecting and intercepting incoming threats. The Revolutionary Guards of Iran stated that the missile attack was in retaliation for the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and a senior Hamas figure last week. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader Khamenei remains in a secure location amidst the missile strikes.
איראן עשתה הערב טעות גדולה, והיא תשלם על כך. המשטר באיראן לא מבין את נחישותנו להגן על עצמנו ואת נחישותנו לגמול לאויבינו. סינואר ודף לא הבינו זאת, נסראללה ומוחסן לא הבינו זאת, וכנראה יש בטהרן אלה שלא מבינים זאת. הם יבינו. נעמוד בכלל שקבענו. מי שתוקף אותנו, אנחנו תוקפים אותו.
All right, here's how the world leaders are reacting to the latest escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict.
I think it would be right to start off with October 7th. We regard October 7th as a terrorist attack. We understand that Israel had a need to respond. But we also believe that any response by any country has to take into account international humanitarian law, that it must be careful about any damage or any implications for civilian populations. And that given what has happened in Gaza, it is important to have some kind of international humanitarian effort out there. And we are very much concerned at the possibility of a broadening of the conflict, not just what happened in Lebanon, but also, I referred earlier to the Houthis and the Red Sea. And, to some extent, anything that happens between Iran and Israel. So, again, it's one thing to be concerned. I'm sure you can say that for a lot of countries. If, as part of that concern, you can end up doing something about it, again, don't underestimate the importance of communication in difficult times. If there are things to be said and passed on and passed back, I think those are all contributions that we can make, and we do.
I wanted to say a few words about Iran's missile attack on Israel today. At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected. Make no mistake, the United States is fully supportive of Israel. And I've been spent the morning and part of the afternoon in the Situation Room, and meeting with my whole national security team, and consulting with the Israelis indirectly because in terms of their impact on us.
Geeta Mohan joining us live this morning. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Ashutosh also continues to be with us on that big story. Geeta, to you first, given how things are, a response from Israel in the latest attacks, in response to Iran's latest attacks on Israel, including the terror attack, is but expected, isn't it? A further escalation, but expected.
Absolutely, Sneha. This is going to escalate further. Iran has attacked, and Israel is going to retaliate. There is no question about that. There are visuals that are coming in of how Iranians are now lining up outside gas stations for petrol. That clearly shows that Iran, the people in Iran are quite rattled, because they do think that the first attack by the Israelis, if they want to have a debilitating effect on Iran, is going to be the oil infrastructure. So expect a response from Israel, but there has to be some calibration, because even if there is an attack on Israeli infrastructure, Iranian infrastructure, then Israel will have to brace itself for retaliatory attacks by Iran. Is this what Israel or Netanyahu's government really wants at this point in time, at this juncture? Is something we'll have to wait and see, because all fronts, we're talking about the 7-front war, starting with Gaza in Palestine, and then the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Iran. All 7 fronts now have opened up. With Iran in the fray, it is going to be a massive escalation. And while we're expecting Israel to respond, there has to be some calibration on responses that would come from Iran as well. The defense minister, the top brigadier in Iranian army, has also come out and said that they only targeted military installations, that there were no civilian deaths, and should Israel respond to Iran's attack of last night, then they should expect a response from Iran as well. So there has to be some calibration on how they're going to look at, and are they prepared to face an all-out open war with Iran at this point in time, at this juncture.
That's right. Be with us, Geeta. In fact, I'm going to also go across to Ashutosh for more details on that. Ashutosh, give us a sense of how the media, really on both sides, are reporting on this huge conflict, with Israel essentially indicating that there has been little or no damage. But Iran on the other side has also spoken about the fact that there is mass casualty on the ground, and that Israel is in denial in that sense.
Well, during such kind of conflict, the narrative was always remains very critical, and that one side boosts morale, other side literally, demolishes it. So that we have seen, be it with Hamas versus Israel, or now the new conflict in Lebanon versus Israel, or now the entry of Iran. However, this is not the first attack. Remember, in April, the Iran fired nearly more than 100 ballistic missiles towards Israel. Israel then retaliated, and later we know that what had happened just few weeks ago. We have seen the Israel strike inside Tehran. So clearly, as far as casualties are concerned, so far the magnitude of this attack and its impact in Israel is unknown. Clearly, unless these things are made official by the Israel military. Yes, so far there are reports of one casualty. The targets, nearly 180 ballistic missiles were fired by Iran towards Israel, and it was the US intelligence which informed Iran literally 2 hours ago in advance. There was a prior intimation that Iran is planning to attack in few hours, and perhaps that was a preparation and preparedness by Israel. They issued alert asking all millions of these Israelis to go and take shelter in the bunkers and remain until the alarm or the alert is lifted. And on that we have noticed the interception. So most of the nearly what we are hearing from Israeli agencies, the nearly 90% of these missiles were intercepted, but there have been few which hit the ground, clearly including one, the northern Tel Aviv air base, another near the Mossad headquarters, because nearly that ballistic impact was
with us. Ashutosh, I'll just come back to you in a moment from now. You know, we are putting out these pictures and a graphical representation. And let's put that out once again. This is a graphical representation of how the Iron Domes essentially function. Take a look at that. This is essentially Israel's Iron Dome in action. This is how it works. It's built to intercept rockets fired from Gaza by Hamas, developed by Rafale with US military assistance. It became fully operational in 2011 and has been used several times in the past as well, especially after the developments from the 7th of October onwards last year. Truck-mounted units intercept rockets, mortars and drones, can discern which incoming targets pose a threat. Ashutosh, these Iron Domes that are in action have in fact been extremely intrinsic to Israel's response and a way of protecting its own people as well, isn't it? Just talk to us a little about how they work, given that you've had a first-hand experience.
Well, that's really a marvelous technology that Israel has built up. So no matter what is the amount of the missiles or any projectiles fired towards Israel, be them from the western part or the northern part and southern part, because clearly during this conflict with Hamas, when Israel even invaded inside the Palestinian territory in Gaza, the number of rockets were fired in huge. In fact, even Lebanon last night, this was also intercepted. That probably along with Iran, the Lebanon, the Hezbollah group will also target the northern territory. But the kind of infrastructure in the air defense system, be it the Arya or this Iron Dome that Israel has made, it has capability to neutralize more of them. But then remember, often these technologies are used, they know perhaps the hostile or your adversaries are always take advantage to calculate and recalibrate their firepower against the air defense system. And perhaps often there is some idea to disguise this system, and then perhaps when I say the 99% of these projectiles were intercepted, the ballistic missiles were intercepted, many indeed landed near the very significant areas, including Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv, also in the northern Tel Aviv's airbase and certain other. In fact, we have seen this projectiles going above the, just above from the Jerusalem. In fact, one development that is also coming, which is from the Secretary of Defense from the United States, which said that he just spoke to the Defense Minister of Israel, and very significantly, US named the number, and it counts that coordinated defense of Israel against nearly 200 ballistic missiles launched by Iran. So the numbers now, US says that nearly 200 of such ballistic missiles were fired. And clearly, so far the Israeli media is reporting the number were around 180, and that were intercepted, except few which fell in certain territories of central Israel, of course near the significant area. But there have not been much casualty, but the magnitude of damage of this attack will only be known when Israel makes it official. So what it looks like, it is escalation. Remember, the air dominance power that Israel has, be while targeting Syria, the striking out in Beirut, in Lebanon, or even in Damascus, that gives literally an edge to Israel, when even including in the invasion while they are entering in southern Lebanon. Yesterday, they found out certain, the tunnels that was being used by Hezbollah. Even the Israeli defense authorities said that perhaps Hezbollah's plan was to carry out another 7 October and then control over the northern Galilee part. But subsequently, when it comes to the ballistics are being fired from the Yemen, the distance goes nearly 2,000 kilometers, or the interceptions which are coming, projectiles coming from Iran. But remember, all these firepower clearly have a supplies from Iran, and that entire corridor has been damaged by Israel in several airstrikes. They are keeping very close eye on this through their air dominance. But what makes more important is the entry of Iran, because you cannot undermine the firepower of Iran and of course their air attack, and kind of attack they launched just in 15 minutes. In fact, less than a little 15 minutes, 200 projectiles, and that cornered entire central Israel. So that also says that one cannot undermine the powers of Iranian air attack, and also they have their own air defense system. Of course, as we know that Iran, even in April, they retaliated, they responded back to Tehran. This time again, Israel will prepare for it. But involvement of Iran directly in this fight, really, as Geeta rightly said, this is going to escalate in this entire region, and there will be adverse impact on the crucial parts of this geopolitics and geoeconomy.
Be with us. I'll just come back to you in a moment from now. Ashutosh Mishra getting in those details. Geeta also continues to be with us. A look now at how world leaders are reacting to the latest escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict.
Today, Iran launched approximately 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in a reckless and brazen attack. I condemn this attack unequivocally. I'm clear-eyed. Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East, and today's attack on Israel only further demonstrates that fact. I fully support President Biden's order for the U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles targeting Israel, just as we did in April. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies. We will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable.
Iran, for the second time in the space of 5 months, launched a direct attack on Israel, including some 200 ballistic missiles. This is totally unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it. Initial reports suggest that Israel, with the active support of the United States and other partners, effectively defeated this attack. We have demonstrated once again our commitment to Israel's defense. We'll remain in very close touch with Israel and other partners in the region in the hours and days ahead.
Iran had no money when I was in charge. They had a lot of money when I started. They had no money when I finished. And now they have $300 billion and another $300 billion from their wholly owned subsidiary, Iraq. You know, Iraq has more oil than almost anybody. It's like massive. But they didn't keep the oil. And they have hundreds of billions of dollars right now. Under my administration, we had no war in the Middle East. We had no war in Europe. We had harmony in Asia. We had no inflation. We had no Afghanistan catastrophe. Instead, we had peace, peace, peace. We had a lot of peace.
In the last few hours, the Iranian regime has launched over 200 ballistic missiles at civilian targets in Israel. It's too soon to assess the impact fully, but I utterly condemn this attempt by the Iranian regime to harm innocent Israelis, to escalate this incredibly dangerous situation and push the region ever closer to the brink. It cannot be tolerated. We stand with Israel and we recognise her right to self-defence in the face of this aggression. Iran must stop these attacks, together with its proxies like Hezbollah.
We, of course, condemn Iran's actions. We once again reiterate the call that we've made along with the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, Italy, Germany, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, other nations as well, calling for a de-escalation. We're very concerned about Iran's actions, which is why we condemn them. It is a good thing that it would appear that the defence of Israel, supported by the United States, has ensured that there is no loss of civilian life, it would appear at this stage. There's been too much loss of life in that region.
The first images of Iranian missile launch. A look at Iran's deadly missile launch. Iranian media has released the missile launch video on your screens right now. 180 such missiles attacked Israel last night. Iranian media released the video set to show the launch of missiles against Israel. Ashutosh, getting in more details on that big story. Ashutosh, like you were telling us earlier also, this really is about narratives. Iran is in fact lauding its efforts in trying to bring Israel down to its knees, saying and releasing these videos and pictures that show in fact the intensity of the attacks and the kind of damage that has been done as far as Israel is concerned, isn't it? Particularly Tel Aviv.
And that's exactly what is reflecting in the statement of Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, which says that it was our calculated response, and this response was in aggression of the Zionist regime. And they say this is everything that has been done keeping the interest of the Iranian citizens, and say that do not get into the conflict with us. So clearly, and if you remember post-April when that was one round of escalation when Iranian fired ballistic missiles, and then the very recent trigger was the killing of assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, and the only thing that even US and Russia were mediating between Israel and Iran, that this region should not get into conflict. Israel was already engaged in Gaza, and then there was a rise in the escalation from the Lebanon side when Hezbollah literally crossed over this entire, so far, the 1 year long battle against Israel. But the firepower, all of a sudden increased, and then we have seen from day before yesterday, that Israel even invaded Lebanon's territory by force. So clearly, if you see all around the way Israel is getting cornered by its adversaries, this makes really very crucial entry of Iran. And then it comes to the part of a narrative setting, because so far Israel has a very strong communication network. Every day they have a spokesperson from the Israeli defense for the Arab media. So you have a Israeli defense spokesperson for Arab, then you have a Israeli defense spokesperson for the English media. So clearly every day they brief about their operations, and every time, because it was yesterday, the defense spokesperson himself came out saying that there was a plan by Hezbollah to carry out another 7 October, and that was perhaps neutralized when during the ground invasion, when they neutralized all these tunnels with the stocks of arms and ammo. They even exploded those tunnels in a preventive steps. Using the air dominance, they are already having the edge on this particular region when it comes to Gaza, Patti, the Palestinian, the West Bank area, or even up to Beirut. But when it comes to neutralizing the air strike from, or the air attack from Yemen and Iran, that makes really very critical as far as the Israel's firepower or response is concerned. When they had to attack the ports of a Houthi militant group of the Yemen, when they fired ballistics, they had to carry not only the interception advanced aircraft, but also the intelligence aircraft, and along with the air refueling. So clearly, as and when by recalibration Israel plans to carry out an attack, it will be soon. And again, the difficulty is to reach out to that 2,000 kilometer and targeting Iran if they at all have a plan to carry out significant strike on certain military installation. Or often we have seen the Israel's response come that we target exactly the area which was used against Iran. So on that, we'll have to see what response is going to be as far as Israel is concerned. But so far, Israeli media, they're saying that most of these interceptions, most of these ballistics were intercepted. There is hardly any casualty. In fact, what we know that so far there is one casualty is being reported. In fact, even yesterday's terror attack, remember in Yaffo area, that's an Arab-dominated area in central Israel, when two terrorists literally came out from a trauma and started opening fire. There was 3 persons killed, including one defense personnel, one army person from the Israeli Defense Forces. And on that, this aggression now coming all of a sudden in Iran. Remember, there was barely couple of minute distance between while we were reporting all these about the incidents unfolding, the terror attack. All of a sudden, there was a air siren raid from Jerusalem, from Yaffo, from Tel Aviv, and other these areas. And then a barrage of fires because the entire Iron Dome alert system was flooded with the air siren alerts. And then we have seen just in seconds the ballistics crossed over. So clearly, this is going to be very significant for both Iran. What I see, the Iranian agencies and Iranian supporters on Telegram flooded with the message. They are celebrating, they are putting out messages, and that also leads to some often, source of misinformation. But for now, both sides are declaring victory. The Iran says we have taken a revenge, we have responded to Zionist regime, whereas Israel says we have intercepted almost all these projectiles, and there is hardly any damage done inside the territory of Israel.
Be with us. I'm coming back to you in a moment from now. Ashutosh Mishra getting in those details and into putting that big story into perspective right now. Amid escalating tensions in an already volatile region, Israel's capital city is faced a terror attack. A deadly shooting in the Jaffa neighborhood of Tel Aviv on Tuesday left 8 people dead, with multiple others critically injured. According to reports, the attack occurred near a light rail station. 2 gunmen opened fire on bystanders in a crowded area. Emergency responders rushed to the scene, providing immediate medical assistance to those wounded. Several of the injured are in grave condition, with some reported to be unconscious. Visuals from the scene captured the terrorists getting off at the station before launching the assault. Pictures on your screens right now. They were quickly neutralized by the cops. Meanwhile, authorities have yet to release further details of the attackers or about the attackers and identities or their motives. Three military bases, Mossad headquarters on Iran target as expected. The missiles have hit ground at the Nevatim Air Base. Fatah missiles fired at Hat Zerim Tel Nov bases. Air bases house advanced US F-35 jets. Iran missiles launched from Shiraz missile base. The full extent of the damage is yet to be ascertained. Geeta Mohan getting in more details. Geeta, what more can you tell us about the way the Mossad bases have been hit by Iran? And what is perhaps, if at all you could give us an idea about the damage that has been done so far. I understand that the air bases housing advanced US F-35 jets have also been hit here.
Well, the details are only very sketchy because nobody's confirming exactly what is the damage within Israel. Israel has talked about how they face terrorism from Iran. This comes after talking about how there is going to be retaliation in response. America and various other countries in the West have also come out in support. But if you look at what is happening on the ground, the Iranian side have made it very clear that they were only looking at military bases, Mossad headquarters, and air infrastructure, whether they're planes or runway, from where planes fly out for aerial operations in the region, especially in Lebanon, which was bombed heavily. So those were the very important focus areas for Iran, and they were not focusing on civilian territories or certainly no civilian casualties, which Iran has been putting out and saying, well, we did not focus, and the target were not civilians, the target was just military infrastructure. Now there are details coming out that Iranian missiles have indeed hit the air base which will certainly impact Israel's aerial capability. Israel has been using these air bases, which house very important American jets, and they've been using these bases to carry out their aerial operations in various quarters, especially in Lebanon. And earlier we'd seen the kind of operations and attacks that we saw in Gaza. Right. So we are looking at Iran being very specific with their targets and have hit the targets. Right. How much of a loss, how much of a damage, and how will it slow down Israel's capability? Something we'll have to wait and see. But if the Mossad headquarters have been hit, that certainly is a huge hit for Israel, and Israel will have to now come out with an official response, which is not been.
I'll come back to you, Geeta, in just a moment from now. Getting in my colleague Shivarur also this morning. This is a huge attack, perhaps Shiv, the largest that we've seen in the last few days or so, with this attack being directed at the Mossad headquarters. If you could put this into perspective, and also, if at all you have a sense of the kind of damage that has been done.
The videos that exist at this point of time, Sneha, are only in the realm of open source intelligence taken by citizens. But we have a pair of confirmations now. The Iranian government has just released a statement claiming that their missiles have struck 3 air bases in Israel: Nevatim, Hatzarim, and Tel Aviv. These are the 3 principal combat air bases of the Israeli Air Force, which basically house the Israeli Air Force's F-35s, which are its stealth fighters. There are 39 of those, which are spread across a couple of bases. There are F-15s, which are also Strike Eagles. These are strike fighters.
Also, please, we apologize for that. Bit of a poor audio there, which Shiv will try and fix that with Shiv in a moment from now. But he was, in fact, telling us about the attack, perhaps the largest attack that we've seen in the last few days or so, with the Mossad headquarters being attacked here. Iran missiles have launched from the Shiraz missile air base. In fact, Tehran Times also reporting on this, and this is media, in fact, information that we're picking from Tehran Times as well. Well, the full extent of the damage yet to be ascertained is what is being indicated to us. Air bases house advanced U.S. F-35 jets, and that also has been hit. These are Fatah missiles fired at the Hatzarim Tel Nov bases. In fact, Shiv is back with us. Shiv, you were in fact giving us details of this attack and the magnitude of it.
That's right. If the claims being made by the Iranian government right now, Sneha, pan out to be true, this could be a very, very big, impact on the Israeli military capability. We don't know if or how many aircraft have actually been destroyed. But the Iranian government claims that many F-35 and F-15 aircraft have been destroyed. If that is true, that would be, a major impact, because the F-35s are Israel's most advanced fighter aircraft. They happen to be one of the most advanced fighter aircraft in the world at this point of time. These are stealth fighters used by Israel for airstrikes. These are aircraft that are practically invisible to air defense and to ground radars, and therefore they can perform strike missions, even in hostile airspace, which is southern Lebanon, which is the Houthi areas of Yemen, etc. It is said to be that the F-35s were the ones conducting airstrikes in contested airspace like Yemen. So if that capability has been hit, that would be a setback to Israel. But the dramatic claim being made by Iran is that 3 air bases have been hit: Nevatim, Hatzarim, and Tel Aviv. These are 3 prominent combat bases from which airstrikes and air power missions are really launched. The airstrike missions to Gaza, to Lebanon, to Yemen have all been conducted from one of these 3 bases, which is where, like I said, the F-15s, F-35s, and the F-16 fighter aircraft, all of American origin, operate from. All of these air bases are in central and southern Israel in the Negev desert. So they're pretty far away from the northern border with Lebanon. But the missiles that would have been used, if it indeed is true that these air bases have been struck, would be of a longer range, of higher capability than the missiles that have been used thus far to target any Israeli targets, including the Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv, which we'd heard even a couple of days ago through the Iranian press that that had been targeted by a ballistic missile as well. But like I said, the very fact that at least one well-known and credible researcher online has confirmed that at least one of these videos shows that the Nevatim airbase housing F-35 Lightning II fighters of Israel has been targeted, shows that these were not random ballistic missiles. They had target packages, and Israel clearly wants to send out a message. Once again, I'm adding the caveat: we don't know what the damage on the ground just yet is. These missiles could have hit other parts of the airbase. Airbases tend to be large structures. If any aircraft have been destroyed, that would be a huge, huge blow. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what damage is on the ground. I doubt we'll get to know very soon because, I've visited many of these places, Sneha, and they're very, very, closed off. People aren't allowed inside. It's very unlikely that the press will get to know about any damage done on the inside very soon. The fog of war tends to be quite thick in times like this because information warfare is of paramount importance as well. So we'll have to wait and see over the next few hours to see exactly what the damage on the ground is. Also, last point, remember that following Iran's ballistic missile attack yesterday, Iran has said that they will respond at a time, place, and time and place of their choosing. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what that means.
All right, Shiv, be with us. In fact, we'll continue to track that story with you, with Geeta Mohan and Ashutosh Mishra getting in those details right now. We're reporting on an Iranian missile strike which has possibly destroyed, and we are yet to get that information. This strike was aimed clearly to destroy the Israeli F-35 base at Nevatim, but we don't yet know about the extent of the damage just yet. We'll be getting in more details in that big story as eyes firmly on those developments from West Asia, which is in fact on the brink of a full-blown war. That is our top focus story right here.
Lauren Isaacs is joining me from Jerusalem. Lauren, welcome to the show. What I want to understand is what exactly happened at that point in the evening. You must be with your family. What kind of sirens were heard? How much time did you have before the missiles hit the ground?
Thank you for having me. I was in Tel Aviv last night, actually at an October 7th memorial event. As you know, we're nearing 1 year since the horrific October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. So I was at an event where family members were speaking about the loved ones they lost on October 7th here in Israel, and the sirens went off at 7:30, and we got home front command orders to go into our safe spaces, our bomb shelters, our protected areas, either underground or somewhere that's missile proof, because Iran had launched over 180 ballistic missiles at Israel. So we ended up having to stay in the bomb shelter for an hour, just over an hour, and the sirens were constant. The booms overhead were very, very loud and intense because all the rockets, all the missiles were overhead and they were being intercepted above us. And thank God we were safe. There were no injuries where I was. I was in the bomb shelter most of the evening.
What do you think happens here on? Is there an uneasy calm? Is there a plan B that you think the government has? Because do you think that Israel may take a step back, let the tensions ease, or do you see an escalation in this?
I think Iran has deliberately put Israel in a situation yet again where there needs to be an escalation. There's no other option. No country on earth would tolerate its civilian population, its citizens, having 180 ballistic missiles launched at it, all 10 million people being in shelters all night, and not do anything in retaliation, not do anything in defense of its nation, in defense of its people. So I think Iran has deliberately put Israel in a situation yet again where they and their proxies are forcing Israel to act, which will in turn escalate the region as a direct result of Iran and its terrorist proxies.
Lauren, one more question. speak to me as an Israeli. What do you think is the feeling among the people? Are they in fear? Are they resilient? Are they saying they are united in this, that they'll fight back? Do they want the war to end right away? What is the sentiment basically among the people? Because rushing to the safe room, staying there, and this could continue for days, already happening over the year. What is the sentiment on the ground?
Well, thank God the Israeli people are the most resilient people on earth. And we very much want the war to end. Of course, nobody wants war, nobody wants death or violence. However, we want it to end in absolute victory for our nations, for the good people of the world, for Israel and its allies, for peace in the region. In order for the war to end, we need to destroy the terrorist axis, the terrorist entities that are threatening the democratic people, the innocent civilians, Israeli, Jewish, and other lives in Israel in the region. We want the war to end, but we want the war to be won in order for it to end successfully and for us to protect ourselves and the region. But we haven't lost faith. We did very, very well against last night, and we will continue to do so as needed.
That's definitely an incredible spirit speaking, and looks like it's more common in Israel there at this point. Lauren, tell me this. What about the precautionary measures? Because 100 to 200 ballistic missiles, it's very difficult to even evade this for any nation, even in modern times. Yet Israel has done it for now with the dome system. There are safe rooms. Is there a pattern that people in Israel follow, that you know that there will be the government with the dome system and defense system, but people have to follow a certain procedure? How do you know it's time to rush to a safe room?
Absolutely. We follow the home front command directives. Okay. We follow the army's commands and the police. And we have these systems. There are loud sirens that go off all over the country when there's incoming rockets or missiles, drones, or threats above us. Everybody rushes to their bomb shelters. Everybody rushes to their safe rooms. We protect ourselves. We protect our children. We also get text, nationwide emergency alerts on our phones that tell us when we need to go inside and protect ourselves. And then we rush for safety, and we do not come out until the home front command, until the army tells us it is safe to do so. The citizens are very used to this. It's been happening every day for 362 days since the start of this war, since the start when Hamas launched this war against us. So we are very used to it by now.
All right, we have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to these developments. 3 military bases, Mossad headquarters on Iran target. Iranian missiles have hit the ground at the Nevatim Air Base. Fatah missiles fired and had Zerim Tel Nov bases. Air bases house advanced US F-35 jets. Iran missiles launched from Shiraz missile base. We'll go straight across to my colleagues joining us this morning. Shivarur continues to be with us, and so does our Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan. Shiv, first to you. The full extent of the damage is yet to be ascertained. Like you were telling us, it's not easy for information of this nature to trickle out, but if at all the base has been hit and there has been considerable damage to F-35s, this is a huge setback to Israel, isn't it?
This definitely is, Sneha. You're right. We don't know exactly how many aircraft have been destroyed yet, but the very fact that the Tel Nov, Nevatim, and Hatzerim air bases are claimed to have been struck with video evidence suggesting that at least one of them definitely has been impacted by Iranian missiles means that the Iranian government had a set series of targets that it wanted to attack. It wasn't just a shotgun attack with stray missiles looking in different directions. Remember that yesterday, when the missiles were in the air, the Iranian government had also said in a statement that military targets, these missiles were headed towards military targets. So if that were true, we do know that some of these missiles did land in some civilian areas in the north, but the Hatzerim, Nevatim, and Tel Nov bases are most definitely military targets. We just don't know what impact it has had on the ground. But this is a material as well as a psychological message, if at all. While we await the precise details of what kind of damage has been done, the Nevatim, Hatzerim, and Tel Nov bases, all of them in and around the Negev desert in the southern part of Israel, basically house the entire air power combat strength of the Israeli Air Force, including, as you rightly said, Sneha, the F-35 jets. These are stealth fighters, the most advanced in the world. Israel operates about 36 of them or 39 of them. with about an equal number to be delivered to Israel from the United States very, very soon, making them the sword arm of Israeli air power. These are stealth fighters, which means they can fly in hostile airspace, even with air defense missiles and ground radars, sort of helplessly hunting for them, but they're pretty much invisible to radar, and therefore they're very, very key weapons for Israel. So we'll have to see how many of these, even if a handful of these have been destroyed, it's a huge thing to be destroyed on the ground. But apart from that, the fact that 3 air bases have been struck by longer range standoff missiles by Iran also shows, perhaps from the Shiraz base, that Iran, has been able to strike at a longer range. They have not done this so far. This would be their longest range attack so far on Israeli territory. No, there are no confirmations from the Israeli side so far. There's a statement from the Iranian side. There's a lot of open source intelligence and videos. At least one Bellingcat researcher has confirmed a video showing an attack on the Nevatim base in the Negev desert in the south. But apart from that, the fog of war continues to prevail over all of these details that are trickling in right now.
That's right. Geeta, as far as Israel's response is concerned, Iran guards have indicated that there is going to be, in fact, there are going to be a series of crushing attacks, and that's the word that they've used, if Israel responded to the missile attacks. I think it would be wishful thinking if we were to for a second also presume that Israel is going to soften its position and that there won't be further escalation, isn't it?
Well, they are certainly going to soften their position, Sneha. There is no way that Israel is going to sit and take this attack quietly lying down. That is not going to happen. It's not an option for Israel. Look at the conversations that we're looking at from various quarters. Everybody's talking about how Israel now needs to create a deterrence. The 7-front war has opened up with now Iran in the fray. All the fronts are open, and Israel is going to face a barrage of attacks from various quarters, despite the fact that they have completely decimated Hezbollah. But there is going to be, when experts are talking about Hezbollah, that there will be a regrouping. Is this a diversionary tactic for Hezbollah to really come together yet again is something we'll have to wait and see. Having said that, for Israel to suffer attacks on their military bases, and as is being reported, if it's the Mossad headquarters, then this is going to take a very, very serious turn. Israel will certainly respond, despite the fact that Iran has said that should Israel respond, that this was Iran's right to defend herself, and should Israel respond to this, that they will also then see more retaliation coming their way from Iran. But that is not going to deter Netanyahu. Nothing has stopped Netanyahu yet. No international pressure when they had the upper edge in hand on the Hamas. No international pressure when it came to them going into other areas. Certainly the Hezbollah being decimated is a massive success for Israel after Ismail Haniyeh's assassination well within Iranian territory. But Sneha, the larger picture over here is going to be, what is Israel going to do next? There are few narratives that you see and few conversations that you're seeing in terms of the statements that are being put out. One is that Israel has come out and said, claimed success for all that it has done in the recent past. Secondly, after the attack, they've also come out and put out statements about how they're victims of terror from Iran and that they need to respond and create deterrence. Most importantly, look at the turn the international community has taken from the focus largely being on ceasefire and the call for Netanyahu to bring about a ceasefire. It is now shifted to every leader, particularly all Americans, coming out and saying, well, now Iran is in the fray, so we are backing Israel completely. So you're seeing a tectonic shift even in how the West, especially America, is now looking at this war. So this has taken a very, very serious and a very different turn. We are looking at a lot of support coming Israel's way from the United States of America. We'll have to wait and see how or if Russia and China are going to support Iran should matters escalate.
All right. Be with us, Geeta. In fact, just coming back to you in a moment from now, before we get our viewers the pictures, these defining images of Iran firing around 200 missiles. But to you, Shiv, first, before we go into those images, the manner in which Israel has responded, particularly intercepted, using Iron domes. Just get those details for us and put that into perspective, how crucial the use of iron domes is to defend itself for Israel, to protect its people.
Right off the bat, Sneha, Israel has one of the world's most advanced air defense systems. It's a layered air defense system, which basically means it's like a concentric, three concentric circles of capability of different systems that are built to intercept different kinds of weapons at different kinds of ranges. You've got the Iron Dome system, which is a kind of last line of defense, capable of hitting ballistic missiles and incoming rockets. Those are the systems you most famously see because they are very near to city centers and Tel Aviv, etc., where these interceptions take place. Beyond that, there is a system called the David Sling, which is capable of intercepting missiles and rockets at a slightly longer range. And finally, there is the most capable system called the Arrow system, which is an anti-missile system capable of intercepting incoming cruise missiles, aircraft, ballistic missiles at a much longer range. So it's capable of detecting them not very long after they've been launched and then actually hitting them. So these three layers are there to hit such missiles. But remember that when Iran or whichever country launches a huge number of missiles, the chances of each and every one of those missiles, Sneha, being intercepted and destroyed in midair comes down drastically because there's only so many interceptors that you can actually send up. There are all the vagaries of interception data, the electronics, the radar data, etc., that comes into play. And therefore, if you've got hundreds of missiles suddenly coming at you in a swarm, there's a very good chance that some of them will be intercepted, but some of them will not, which is exactly what is confirmed by the videos on our screen, which show and confirm that many of those missiles from Iran did in fact manage to evade David Sling and Iron Dome and whatever other air defenses the Israeli government had up there, and hit their targets. So even the targets that we were talking about right now, the air bases in Nevatim, Hatzarim, the Mossad headquarters, apparently, we don't know for sure yet, as well as the Tel Nof base. These would all have been hit by missiles that the Iron Dome and the other air defense systems did not manage to intercept. Now, this is not to say that the air defense system has failed. It's not that. It's just that these air defense systems are not yet built in order to take on such a huge, overwhelming salvo of missiles. Think of it like almost like a shotgun spray. Even when I was in Israel last year, reporting on what was happening in Gaza, Sneha, the October 7th attack saw a huge swarm of rockets, hundreds of thousands of rockets being fired almost in a coordinated fashion. And even with rockets, which are pretty rudimentary compared to ballistic missiles, the Iron Dome system was not able to hit all of those rockets. It basically meant having to fire thousands of Iron Dome missiles to intercept them. Not always easy, not always possible. And that's the reason why at least some of those rockets, some of those missiles, 1% of them are able to hit their targets. And that's the reason why Iran actually sends out so many, because they know that Israeli air defenses will be able to intercept some of those missiles, but some will hit their targets, and that serves their purpose.
Right. Be with us, Shiv. Geeta, just coming back to you in a moment from now. Of course, Israel has a sophisticated system of air defenses, and it was on display, but it's clear that many of those, in fact, the interceptors could not intercept many of those missiles, as is evident, like Shiv was telling us from the pictures. Let's put those pictures out. Hundreds of rockets were fired into Israel. Here are the images. Reports say that over 180 ballistic missiles were launched by Iran. A rocket strike also hit a home in Israel's Tel Sheva, as seen in this particular picture on your screen. Israel warns Iran of severe consequences after a barrage of missiles were fired on Wednesday. Israel says it will respond to Iran's missile attack, but only will act in time and when the action plan is ready. Palestinians celebrate Iran's missile attack on Israel. From children to adults, Palestinians in Gaza celebrated as a salvo of ballistic missiles fired from Iran at Israel lit up the night sky. People were also seen holding up their phones in jubilation at a street in Khan Yunis. Israeli authorities have reopened the country's airspace following a brief closure after an Iranian missile attack against Israel. Airport authorities have said that flights will possibly be resuming at Ben Gurion International Airport. West Asia war sees major escalation on Tuesday. Iran fired over 100 missiles at Israel, triggering alarms across the country and sending Israelis rushing for shelter. In response, the Israeli army announced the closure of the nation's airspace. Spokesperson Daniel Hagari has assured that Israel's air defense systems were fully operational, effectively detecting and intercepting incoming threats. The Revolutionary Guards of Iran have said that the missile attack was in retaliation for the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and a senior Hamas figure last week. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader Khamenei has remained in a secure location amid these missile strikes.
איראן עשתה הערב טעות גדולה, והיא תשלם על כך. המשטר באיראן לא מבין את נחישותנו להגן על עצמנו ואת נחישותנו לגמול לאויבינו. סינואר ודף לא הבינו זאת, נסראללה ומוחסן לא הבינו זאת, וכנראה יש בטהרן אלה שלא מבינים זאת. הם יבינו. נעמוד בכלל שקבענו. מי שתוקף אותנו, אנחנו תוקפים אותו.
باذن خداوند متعال در انتقام خون شهید مجاهد اسماعیل هنیه در تهران و نقض حاکمیت ملی جمهوری اسلامی ایران و همچنین شرارت‌های اخیر این رژیم جنایتکار در به شهادت رساندن فرماندهان و همچنین رهبر بزرگ حزب الله و مجاهد عظیم جناب سید حسن نصرالله و فرمانده رشید و شهید سپاه اسلام سردار سرلشکر پاسدار عباس نیلفروشان و همچنین در انتقام از خون کودکان مظلوم غزه و همچنین مردم مقاوم و مظلوم لبنان عملیات وعده صادق دو را با نام مبارک یا رسول الله یا رسول الله یا رسول الله آغاز کنید. توکل بر خدا کنید. موفق باشید.
More news coming in this morning. U.S. Defense Secretary has spoken to his Israeli counterpart, Yoav Gallant, amidst missile attacks on Israel. A U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has released a statement on Iran's missile strikes against Israel. Austin has said that the U.S. fulfilled its commitment to partner with Israel in its defense. The statement went on to warn Iran and say that we will never hesitate to protect our forces and interest in the Middle East. Geeta continues to be with us. Geeta, a reaffirmation from the U.S. that they are strongly backing Israel, though initially, of course, the indication from the U.S. was that escalation and aggression is not what they would prefer. It's not the first option, really, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. They were talking about ceasefire, although they have continued. The support for Israel from the United States of America has never stopped. It continues unabated, but yes, there was a very strong call for ceasefire, and that there were a lot of questions that were being asked about Netanyahu and how he's taking the war and expanding it to various other parts of West Asia. The Arab world very concerned, strategic partners of the United States of America pushing DC to ensure that Israel contains its war strategy. But that was not to happen. Everything changed once Israel got Hassan Nasrallah, and the Hezbollah was absolutely destroyed. And then we have Iran coming into the fray. Once Iran is in the picture, the focus and the strategic focus of America completely shifts over here. The agenda has shifted. America has now come out and completely said that they're going to back the Israeli forces, the Israeli government, irrespective of what really happens. So they are actually coming out and strongly backing their Israeli counterpart, because now the geopolitics of the region has changed with Iran in the fray. Till the time Iran was not directly involved in using proxies, there was plausible deniability, but now with Iran having attacked with the whole notion of the idea to defend herself, but nonetheless an attack on military bases that were housing American jets, Mossad headquarters. It just seems like this is going to blow up right now. The Americans have completely sided with Israel also. Sneha, we've been reporting on this on India Today Global as well, on how Netanyahu's popularity has increased manifold. We had seen his popularity drop with the October 7th attacks, humiliation for the intelligence, the Israeli intelligence community, of which he's a part of or was a part of. And then we've seen how systematically he has ensured that there's a strategy in place to take out not just the Hamas, but all the others to stabilize the country. But is it a stabilizing factor, or is it further going to destabilize or something? We'll have to see. But in the meanwhile, we are seeing adversaries, we are seeing opposition, we are seeing those who had left, the allies who had left the government or had distanced themselves from Netanyahu, all now coming together and rallying behind Netanyahu. So yes, the Americans are looking at what's happening on the ground. The Americans are looking at how Netanyahu has become a very strong figure. And with now Iran in the fray, there's no other option for the US but to come out openly and outrightly support Israel.
All right. Geeta, be with us. Just coming back to you in a moment from now as we continue to keep our eyes firmly on those developments and look now at how world leaders are reacting to the latest escalation.
Of course, Israel has the right to defend itself, as any nation does. In terms of what Israel's response will be, of course, there must be consequences for Iran for this attack. We've made clear that there must be consequences. I'm not going to get into what those consequences are today, but there are things on which we will be coordinating with our Israeli counterparts. And I think in the immediate aftermath of this attack, we are going to coordinate with them on what any response might be. I think it's important that we are able to defeat this attack through successful work with Israel and with our partners, and we will work with them on what a response might look like, but I'm not at the position just 2.5 hours after this event occurred to offer what that might look like today.
I think it would be right to start off with October 7th. We regard October 7th as a terrorist attack. We understand that Israel had a need to respond. But we also believe that any response by any country has to take into account international humanitarian law, that it must be careful about any damage or any implications for civilian populations. And that given what has happened in Gaza, it is important to have some kind of international humanitarian effort out there. And we are very much concerned at the possibility of a broadening of the conflict, not just what happened in Lebanon, but also, I referred earlier to the Houthis and the Red Sea. And, to some extent, anything that happens between Iran and Israel. So, again, it's one thing to be concerned. I'm sure you can say that for a lot of countries. If, as part of that concern, you can end up doing something about it, again, don't underestimate the importance of communication in difficult times. If there are things to be said and passed on and passed back, I think those are all contributions that we can make, and we do.
I wanted to say a few words about Iran's missile attack on Israel today. At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected. Make no mistake, the United States is fully supportive of Israel. And I've been spent the morning and part of the afternoon in the Situation Room and meeting with my whole national security team and consulting with the Israelis indirectly because in terms of their impact on us.
Today, Iran launched approximately 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in a reckless and brazen attack. I condemn this attack unequivocally. I'm clear-eyed. Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East, and today's attack on Israel only further demonstrates that fact. I fully support President Biden's order for the U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles targeting Israel, just as we did in April. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies. We will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable.
Iran, for the second time in the space of 5 months, launched a direct attack on Israel, including some 200 ballistic missiles. This is totally unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it. Initial reports suggest that Israel, with the active support of the United States and other partners, effectively defeated this attack. We have demonstrated once again our commitment to Israel's defense. We'll remain in very close touch with Israel and other partners in the region in the hours and days ahead.
Iran had no money when I was in charge. They had a lot of money when I started. They had no money when I finished. And now they have $300 billion and another $300 billion from their wholly owned subsidiary, Iraq. You know, Iraq has more oil than almost anybody. It's like massive. But they didn't keep the oil. And they have hundreds of billions of dollars right now. Under my administration, we had no war in the Middle East. We had no war in Europe. We had harmony in Asia. We had no inflation. We had no Afghanistan catastrophe. Instead, we had peace, peace, peace. We had a lot of peace.
In the last few hours, the Iranian regime has launched over 200 ballistic missiles at civilian targets in Israel. It's too soon to assess the impact fully, but I utterly condemn this attempt by the Iranian regime to harm innocent Israelis, to escalate this incredibly dangerous situation and push the region ever closer to the brink. It cannot be tolerated. We stand with Israel and we recognise her right to self-defence in the face of this aggression. Iran must stop these attacks, together with its proxies like Hezbollah.
We, of course, condemn Iran's actions. We once again reiterate the call that we've made along with the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, Italy, Germany, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, other nations as well, calling for a de-escalation. We're very concerned about Iran's actions, which is why we condemn them. It is a good thing that it would appear that the defence of Israel, supported by the United States, has ensured that there is no loss of civilian life, it would appear, at this stage. There's been too much loss of life in that region.
All right, let's also get our viewers a sense of how Israel has defended itself all this while. The much talked about domes, iron domes essentially, and how it works. Detection and tracking radar detects incoming targets within a 100-kilometer radius. It provides mid-course guidance to the Tamar interceptor missile. That's how it really works, to protect its people. Battle Management Control calculates the impact point of an incoming missile, intercepts those that will fall in a protected area. So it's got limitations as well in that sense. The Tamar interceptor missiles, each launcher can fire up to 20 interceptor missiles against incoming targets. That's how essentially it works. Like our colleagues have been pointing it out to us, it clearly has its own limitations, and it's clear that as far as the 180 missiles, Geeta, that were fired into Israel last evening and that continued up until late last night, a lot of it could not be intercepted successfully, isn't it? And it's a bit of a setback in that sense to Israel.
Well, that's right. But there were two very important interceptors last night to contain the damage that would have been caused had the Americans not come out in support of Israel last night. So it's not just the Iron Dome, it's also the warship, the American warship that also sent out a barrage of anti-missiles and intercepted quite a few of the ballistic missiles that were on their way to Israel from Iran. So it was a two-front war, so to say, an aerial war to intercept and destroy ballistic missiles in air itself before they enter Israeli territory. Having said that, like you very rightly pointed out, the Iron Dome is impenetrable only when the numbers are contained within a certain the numbers are within a certain range and limit. Beyond a certain limit, if you have 180 to 200 missiles coming your way, the Iron Dome cannot intercept all those together at one point in time. It has a capacity, and therefore the Iron Dome was breached. Having said that, it still had a lot of support. Israel still had a lot of support, not just with the strong Iron Dome, but also from the warship, where the Americans intercepted a lot of these missiles and destroyed them midair. So in a way, the Americans are already there supporting and ensuring that there is least damage that would be caused because of the missile attack by Iran. But nonetheless, like reports are coming in, the airbase and the Mossad headquarters being attacked by Iran is a huge damage to Israel. How much of a damage is it? How much of this attack is going to contain or hamper Israeli capability when it comes to aerial attacks that they carry out from those very same bases is something we'll have to wait and see. But yes, the Iron Dome, one that Israel prides herself in, has been breached. Not the first time it happened, even in April, when the Iranian commanders were killed in a consulate attack in Syria. And in response to that, Iran had, again, sent out a barrage of missiles, but then there was no success that Iran found because only a few could breach the Iron Dome. But I suppose that was one way of Iran trying to learn exactly the strategy and how to really make this entire operation work. Should they be using so many missiles at one point in time? You're talking about a lot of arsenal being used up for one attack. So Iran has used up about 180 to 200 missiles for one attack in one night.
Absolutely. Like Geeta, you were pointing out that there are several vulnerabilities also when it comes to Israel's Iron Dome. We'll talk to you about that. But for the moment, I'm going to thank you, leaving it at that, Geeta, to tell our viewers about the vulnerabilities. Now, what really happens is that the Iron Dome system can possibly get overwhelmed by massive barrages exceeding the system's intercept capacity. If there are too many missiles getting fired, it can get overwhelmed. High cost per interception makes it unsustainable during prolonged attacks, during prolonged conflicts. Sometimes struggles with low flying or unconventional missile trajectories. So if it's taken a trajectory, the missile is taken a trajectory which is not the usual one that it usually takes, then there could be a bit of a problem intercepting it. Limited range means it can't cover all the target areas. Countermeasures like decoy rockets can also confuse the Iron Dome system. That's also a bit of a problem with the system. Occasional technical malfunctions can allow some rockets through, like we have seen in yesterday also, where out of the 180 missiles, and Israel hasn't come out in great details about how many could be intercepted, but clearly the sense is that there were many that went intercepted. The reasons, as we know, could be many. West Asia war sees major escalation on Tuesday. Iran fired over 100 missiles at Israel, triggering alarms across the country and sending Israelis rushing for shelter. In response, the Israeli army announced a closure of the nation's airspace. Spokesperson Daniel Hagari has assured that Israel's air defense systems are fully operational, effectively detecting and intercepting incoming threats. Revolutionary Guards of Iran have said that the missile attack was in retaliation for the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and a senior Hamas figure last week. Meanwhile, Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei has remained in a secure location amid the missile strikes. Meanwhile, Israel's Red Cross has said that no one has been injured in an Iranian missile strike against Israel and that 2 people were lightly wounded by shrapnels in Tel Aviv. Going across to journalist Emily Botpol from Tel Aviv at this point in time. Thank you for joining in. I'd just like to get a sense from the claims that Israel has made on the ground, saying that the damage vis-a-vis casualties and injuries have been minimal. What is the reality on the ground? 2 people injured as far as the missile strikes are concerned, and those were shrapnel attacks as Israel.
As you know, I am right now on Sderot Yerushalayim, Jerusalem Boulevard, where only hours ago here in Tel Aviv, Jaffa, 2 terrorists attacked light rail passengers and passers-by. Right behind me, as you can see, is the track of the light rail. The 2 terrorists were neutralized. And 7 people were murdered. Several others were injured. We now know the IDF has informed us that 1 IDF soldier was seriously injured. As you mentioned, right after or around the same period of time, Iran launched a massive attack with over 180 ballistic missiles targeting Israel. This is the second direct attack on Israel. The last one was on April 13, April 14 overnight. This is the largest attack in terms of ballistic missiles. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday that this was a big mistake and that Iran will pay. IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari has mentioned in an English statement that our air defense here in Israel were able to intercept the majority of the missiles with a coalition led by the United States. As you mentioned, 2 people were lightly injured. 1 Palestinian was killed from shrapnel. The atmosphere right now in Tel Aviv is quiet in the early hours of the morning after a very long night. This attack sent our population, Israeli citizens all over the country, remaining for an hour in bomb shelter. Now, keep in mind, this is coming as major events are taking place right now in Israel. First, we are approaching next week or marking the 1st anniversary of Hamas's October 7th massacre that murdered 1,200 people, and during which they kidnapped 251 hostages, 110 of which have returned, and 101 who remain right now as we speak in Gaza, in the tunnel of Hamas. We also, this week, major developments. The IDF has announced on Tuesday that it has launched a ground operation in Lebanon to counter Hezbollah's constant aggression since October 8th with over 10,000 rocket missiles drone fired at Israel as we speak. This major escalation comes right after on Friday the assassination of Hezbollah's chief Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut at Hezbollah's underground headquarters. And over the last 2 weeks, major part of the leadership of Hezbollah and the Redwan forces being neutralized in different operations. Now, as you can see, as we talk, the light rail is arriving. This is the light rail in which, again, Israelis were murdered yesterday by Palestinian terrorists. We don't know yet where the attack came from in terms of no one has yet claimed the attack at this point, but it has, of course, been praised.
Right, Emily, be with us. In fact, I'll come back to you in a moment from now. In fact, getting asked those details there from Tel Aviv there. Also, Ashraf Vani, my colleague on Ground Zero. Ashraf is in Beirut in Lebanon, getting us up to speed with the current situation there. Ashraf, give us an idea about how things are at the moment, given that the ground incursion started as far as southern Lebanon is concerned. How do things look like? And, of course, unfortunately, further escalation only expected after the attack from Iran yesterday, isn't it? A series of attacks from Iran yesterday.
Saniha, since last evening, after the Iranian attacks on the Israel, we have seen massive 5 aerial strikes here in the area where I'm currently in the suburbs of Beirut. In fact, one of the buildings behind me has been hit by a massive missile of the Israel. And we are not being allowed by the Hezbollah people to shoot there, but I am near that building, which was one of the targets of Israel yesterday late evening after the Iranian attacks on Israel. There is a lot of fear. You can sense it from the streets here. No one is coming out from the homes in the Beirut city and in the suburb areas because they think that probably next turn will be theirs, because during last 10 days, particularly after the Friday blasting of the Hezbollah headquarters, on each and every day, 3 to 4 strikes are carried out here on a specific buildings by the Israeli Air Force. So they may now enhance, as we have seen during the last night, 5 aerial strikes here in the suburb Beirut. And also Israel has clearly said that they are going to take the retaliatory action of the Iranian missiles. That means this war is going to escalate in the whole Gulf region, particularly in the neighboring countries like Lebanon and the Gaza, as well as in the Syria.
All right. Ashraf, getting in those details from Lebanon in Beirut, where only further escalation is expected. We'll be going across to our colleagues in a moment from now, getting in those details. Ashraf Bani getting us those details. I'm going to thank you, Ashraf, for the moment. Even Emily getting us that report from Tel Aviv there. 3 attacks, Iran raining missiles. Tel Aviv, Israel vowing to fight back. Israel ground operations that you see on your screens right now in southern Lebanon, hitting out at the camps that house Hezbollah, members of the Hezbollah. Also, mass shooting in Jaffa in Tel Aviv that has seen, in fact, 8 people getting killed in those attacks. There have been casualties and several people have been injured, but the terrorists in question, 2 of them have been neutralized. On that big story, for the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
I appreciate you joining us at this moment. What do you think will happen now? Do you think that Israel, while has maintained and taken a vow that it will completely finish off Hezbollah, could that take a step back? Because with these ballistic missiles, Iran is also saying, if you continue with that, we will throw more missiles your way.
It looks like there's a very good chance that Israel will respond. The messages coming from the government are that red lines are crossed based upon the attack, the scope of the attack by Iran, and it's clearly something that's an escalation on their side. And so I foresee that there will be a strong Israeli response to the attacks that took place yesterday. They were certainly unprecedented, and there's good sense that there will be a reply by Israel.
Eric, how do you see this now with Iran getting directly involved officially? Because I understand there's been back and forth earlier as well, but this, with the kind of skies that we saw lit up with ballistic missiles, how do you think this involvement will be seen? Because the world is watching right now.
It's a very good question, and honestly, I'm not sure many people have an answer. Clearly for decades, Iran has been using forces such as Hezbollah and the terrorist organization Hamas as their proxies, being able to try and gain leverage over Israel in regard to what they were doing. Based upon the military actions over the past few months and certainly over the past week or so, we've seen that those proxies have definitely been diminished in terms of their capabilities to the point that they really are no longer effective. And this leaves Iran completely exposed. And one of the things that we saw yesterday was that Iran actually, which is usually a regime that is very leery of actually putting their own skin into the game, so to speak, they actually attacked Israel for the second time. So clearly there's a new Middle East that we're looking at today, and we're not sure exactly in what direction this will go.
Eric, how do you look at the message by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu when he addressed to the people of Iran, not as much to the regime or not even to Israelis, but speaking to the people of Iran to join in? What do you make of that? What do you think was the intention here?
Well, that's really the most disappointing aspect of this entire conflict is that historically the Iranian people and the Israelis have had strong relationships. Up throughout the time that the Shah was in power, Israel had a embassy in Iran, and there was a lot of coordination between the two people. We understand that it's a terrible regime in Iran that's oppressing its people, and that there is a lot of an appetite to change that regime. And so our message to the Iranian people is that Israel does not have a problem with the Iranian people. We have a problem with the regime. And I think it would be in the best interest of the Iranians, the Middle East, and the entire world that regime is thrown out.
I do have one final question, Eric. I understand that while you may have been with the forces, eventually to be an Israel citizen right now, what was the mood like? What was the sentiment on the ground? What happened when these ballistic missiles from the skies and two gunmen in the suburbs of Tel Aviv? So tell us about what happened really at that point.
It was really sort of a surreal experience yesterday. I was actually coming home from work. All of a sudden there were notifications from our home front command that we needed to be home and close to our shelters. As one of the building codes in Israel is that most homes actually have bomb shelters in them. It's usually a room, a closet, or a child's bedroom. And so we had to be close to those shelters last night. And then you start to watch the news. We had that terrible gun attack that took place in south of Tel Aviv. And then all of a sudden you have the rocket attacks taking place. And, from my child's bedroom, which is our shelter, we could hear the explosions taking place. We heard the sirens going off. And right now I'm standing in front of a small market in my town, which is about 10 minutes south of Tel Aviv. It's the night before Rosh Hashanah, or the day before Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year. Usually you would find this is a place that is full of people doing the last minute shopping before the big holiday, and it's empty. There's still a sense on the streets that you don't see a lot of people, and there is some concern about what's going to be happening in the coming days.
All right, Eric, thank you for speaking to India Today.
Taking you through the attacks that's now the victim here, Israel. Iranians' ballistic attack on Israel in the last 24 hours has caused significant damage to Israel, as per the claims by Iran's Revolutionary Guards. A video that's been released by Iran media shows Iran's Operation True Promise 2 in action. Ballistic and hypersonic missiles were launched targeting Israeli air bases, as claimed by Iran. Operation True Promise 2 was launched by Iran against Israel as retaliation over killing of top commanders of Hezbollah in recent times. Over 200 ballistic and hypersonic missiles were launched towards Israel. The targets were three key Israeli air bases, namely Nevatim, Hatzerim and Tel Nof. In fact, Iran also claims that Mossad headquarters was targeted in precise strikes. Iranian Revolutionary Guard has issued a statement saying they had bombed Nevatim, Hatzerim and Tel Nof air bases. It also said that F-35 and F-15 fighter jets were used in assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, who was targeted. In the last 24 hours, Israel really the victim here. In fact, weeks now that we've heard of Israel bombarding areas in Lebanon, trying to target Hezbollah, and that's certainly irked Iran, as Hezbollah is known to be an ally, a very close, resistant ally of Iran. And Iran, in response, after multiple warnings given to Israel, finally launched its attack against Israel, where hundreds of missiles were fired into Tel Aviv. In fact, thanks to their air dome, the Iron Dome that protects Israel on many levels, a lot of those missiles were thwarted, but many of them actually landed. And that's the image that you're seeing on our screens here, with Nevatim, Hatzerim and Tel Nof. Three of the Israeli air bases have been damaged. Let me quickly cut across to our correspondent Shivani, joining us live for more on that. Shivani, please give us an update on the current situation. Has Iran completely stopped and seized all attacks against Israel? What's the latest in response coming in from Israel on the damage that these attacks have caused?
And this one, is finished. Is this one?
Ashraf. All right, Ashraf, who's in Lebanon, we're unable to patch his connection there. We're going to try and patch his connection. We know at this point, Lebanon is the point of target for Israel. Ashraf is very much at the epicenter. Ashraf joining us live. Ashraf, please take it away. After Iran's attack on Israel, we believe that Israel has now launched a ground operation in Lebanon, further targeting Hezbollah spots and their establishments. Would you confirm to us, has Israel now, after last night's shocker, moved towards attacking Hezbollah today?
Nabila, actually, we are getting breaking news here from the Hezbollah sources as well as from the Israel that the troops which were brought to the northern border of the Israel for invasion, ground invasion into the southern Lebanon. Special forces have only entered into the southern Lebanon, not the regular troops of the Israeli army. But they have faced some tough resistance, as since morning at 7 to 10, in 3 hours, 80 rockets had been fired by the Hezbollah fighters on the basement of that troop division there, which is a specific troop division. We cannot name the division of the Israeli troops. And there are many casualties of Israeli soldiers feared in that barrage of rockets fired by the Hezbollah here in the southern Lebanon. Israeli army has confirmed that a barrage of the rockets have hit their soldiers on the northern border. They have not mentioned that they were inside the South Lebanon, but they have accepted that they were on the northern border, which have been targeted by the Hezbollah rockets and are now being currently evacuated from the northern border to the Haifa hospital and other hospitals in the North Israel. Nabila.
Right. All right, Ashraf, thanks very much. We're going to keep coming back to you today. It's really tense 24 hours there along that region. Israel seems to be the victim this time, with a barrage of missiles that came in the way, struck at Tel Aviv by Iran. A warning now Iran gives that if Israel retaliates any further, then the damage will be worse in the days going forward. I have with me joining us live from Israel, Jerusalem, Lauren Isaacs. Thanks very much, Lauren, for speaking to India today. Would you be able to elaborate for us a little on the attacks that have come in from Iran in the last 24 hours? Where does it leave your civilians? What's the mood that prevails on the ground?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me today. In the last 24 hours, it's been very hectic here in Israel. We've had constant sirens, rocket alarms, missiles flying overhead, interceptions. Thank God our missile defense system, the Iron Dome, has been incredibly effective in defending all the citizens of the state of Israel. Jews, Muslims, Christians, we all rely on the Iron Dome and the army to protect us and save our lives. Millions of Israelis have been in bomb shelters in the last 24 hours as Iran launched an unprecedented and shockingly escalated attack by sending over 180 ballistic missiles into Israeli territory with the aim of killing and harming civilians. That was their pure aim. It's a terror regime that's trying to cause terrorism in the sovereign state of Israel, and Israelis have been in shelters and protected areas since then. Of course, now, thank God, Israelis have come out of the shelters. The Army and the Home Front Command has told us it is safe to leave our bomb shelters, although we should stay close to protected areas in case another attack should occur. And the country is generally in good spirits as we are preparing for our high holiday of the Jewish New Year here in Israel tonight.
I wanted to say a few words about Iran's missile attack on Israel today. At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected. Make no mistake, the United States is fully supportive of Israel. And I've been spent the morning and part of the afternoon in the Situation Room and meeting with my whole national security team and consulting with the Israelis indirectly because in terms of their impact on us.
Today, Iran launched approximately 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in a reckless and brazen attack. I condemn this attack unequivocally. I'm clear-eyed. Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East, and today's attack on Israel only further demonstrates that fact. I fully support President Biden's order for the U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles targeting Israel, just as we did in April. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat to American personnel in the region, American interests, and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies. We will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable.
Iran, for the second time in the space of 5 months, launched a direct attack on Israel, including some 200 ballistic missiles. This is totally unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it. Initial reports suggest that Israel, with the active support of the United States and other partners, effectively defeated this attack. We have demonstrated once again our commitment to Israel's defense. We'll remain in very close touch with Israel and other partners in the region in the hours and days ahead.
Iran had no money when I was in charge. They had a lot of money when I started. They had no money when I finished. And now they have $300 billion and another $300 billion from their wholly owned subsidiary, Iraq. You know, Iraq has more oil than almost anybody. It's like massive. But they didn't keep the oil. And they have hundreds of billions of dollars right now. Under my administration, we had no war in the Middle East. We had no war in Europe. We had harmony in Asia. We had no inflation. We had no Afghanistan catastrophe. Instead, we had peace, peace, peace. We had a lot of peace.
India Today, world exclusive visuals coming in from the Hezbollah headquarters in Beirut, Lebanon. The headquarters has been demolished. What remains now is only rubble. This is our exclusive footage that we're playing out for you. Remember, the headquarters had come under attack by Israel airstrikes on Saturday, and that's the image here of Hezbollah headquarters in Beirut, Lebanon, that now is down to rubble. These are targeted strikes that Israel carried out against Hezbollah, particularly targeting the Hezbollah headquarters in Beirut. And here's what it looks like. Exclusive India Today visuals here showing Hezbollah headquarters crushed to the ground in Beirut. Israeli airstrikes. Israel continues to pound parts of Lebanon where they suspect Hezbollah functioning. And this is one of the headquarters, in fact, the main headquarters of Hezbollah in Beirut, Lebanon, that's now been brought to rubble. It's been demolished. What remains is only rubble. Clearly, as we see here, we're looking at Nasrallah, the Hezbollah chief's pictures there planted on the rubble there, the debris that right now lies with the building that's come crashing down. Over that, they put up a flag plus Nasrallah's photograph there on that rubble just to signify or show the solidarity. Lebanon civilians there showing solidarity to Hezbollah chief Nasrallah, who was killed in this targeted strike from and through Israeli air missiles that's been targeting Lebanon through the course of last few weeks. And this is that very building, the Hezbollah headquarters, that was under target and that's come now crashing down. This is the first image that we're bringing for you right here on India Today.
I'm currently standing and am the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Beirut. Behind me you can see this was a 6-story building when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of Hezbollah. And we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this blast, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted, its building was, compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack, and today a communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here. Ashraf Ani for this World Expo, India Today. I'm currently standing and am the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Beirut. Behind me you can see this was a 6-story building when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of Hezbollah. And we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this blast, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted, its building was, compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack, and today communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here in the field. Ashrafani for this World Expo for India Today. I'm currently standing and I'm the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Lebanon. Behind me you can see this was the 6-story building when Saif Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of and we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this last, and what was its impact only here, and but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted. This building compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack, and today the communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here in the field. Ashrafani for this World Expo for India Today.
All right. Well, that's what we see of the Hezbollah headquarters in Lebanon that's literally crushed to the ground. This has happened a few days ago. Images here, first on India Today with Ashraf, our correspondent, who's right at the epicenter, to give you those clear visuals up close. You see how Nasrallah, Hezbollah chief's photograph, has been placed on that rubble there with flags. This is in a way to show solidarity to the Hezbollah chief. We see civilians gathering right around the Hezbollah headquarters, placing a photograph of him who was killed. He himself was killed recently. We're seeing the headquarters being bombarded and crushed down to the ground. These are the images of the Hezbollah quarters, confirming how Israel is carrying out targeted strikes on Hezbollah establishments. This was one of their main targets, the Hezbollah headquarters in Beirut. This is exactly where Nasrallah, Hezbollah chief, was functioning, and this is now what it looks like. The entire building come down to rubble, with photographs of the late Hezbollah chief Nasrallah, who was killed in these strikes, placed on that rubble. Let me cut across to Ashraf Wani, who's the first to bring us these images right here on India Today.
I'm currently standing and I'm the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Lebanon. Behind me you can see this was the 6-story building when Saif Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of and we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what was the what happened after this last, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted. Its building was, compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack. And today, a communication tower has been targeted in this area. And we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here. Ashraf Ani for this World Expo, India Today. I am currently standing and I am the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Beirut. Behind me you can see this was the 6-story building when Saif Hassan Nasrallah, Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of and we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this last, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted. Its building was, compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack. And today, a communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here. Ashraf Ani for this World Expo, India Today. I am currently standing and I am the first international journalist from India Today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Beirut. Behind me you can see this was the 6-story building when Saif Hassan Nasrallah, Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of and we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this last, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted. Its building was, compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack. And today, a communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here. Ashraf Ani for this World Expo, India Today.
And that's our correspondent Ashraf right on the ground at the epicenter where Hezbollah headquarters has been crushed to the ground. Emily Botball, who's a journalist, joining us live from Israel's Tel Aviv to give us a little more on that. Emily, we're looking at Israel, who's fighting a multi-pronged war. We see that just last night, after Iran fired multiple missiles, they asked their citizens to take shelter, ensure they don't step out. But this morning, we heard the situation was entirely different. The Israel establishment has allowed for people to step out, saying that they're free to move around. Situation is safe. Why don't you give us a quick roundup on what the mood, sentiment largely on the ground is, while tensions prevail all around you?
Absolutely. Reporting here from Tel Aviv, Israel, where last night, as you very well said, Iran launched a massive ballistic missile attack. Over 180 ballistic missiles at Israel, sending millions of Israelis to bomb shelters for nearly an hour. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Iran has made a big mistake and will pay for it. The United States has led a coalition that helped Israeli Air Force thwart most of the ballistic missiles aimed at Israel. In terms of retaliation, we have received reports that retaliation in the coming days could take the form of a direct hit on Iran proper, on oil production facilities and strategic sites in Iran, as well as potentially targeted assassination, much like the assassination of Hezbollah's chief Hassan Nasrallah last Friday, an assassination of many leaders and many members of Hezbollah's leadership. Now, this morning, as Israel prepared to celebrate the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year, Israelis are reuniting with families. They are traveling all over the country to join their loved ones, despite the fact that last night, 2 terrorists onboarded the Tel Aviv's light rail and attacked passengers on the light rail before stepping out of the train and shooting and stabbing at passers-by on Sderot Yerushalayim in Tel Aviv, Yafo. Now, we have received reports of 7 murdered, as it is, and several injured. We are only now getting the identity of the victims. As per the 2 terrorists, one of them has been fully neutralized and killed. The second one has been critically wounded. We are still waiting to receive more information as per Israel's retaliation with regards to Iran. As you know, we are preparing as we enter the period of the high holidays to mark 1 year since Hamas's October 7 massacre of 1,200. Since then, Hezbollah, as you mentioned, has been sending nearly or over 10,000 missiles, drones, and rockets towards northern communities. Only today, this morning, dozens of Israeli communities have been targeted by rockets all morning. We have some of the
visuals there. I'd like you to stay with us, Emily. We have some of the visuals there that substantiates what you say. Iran launching nearly 200 missiles directly at Israel. We know that this has come in response to Israel killing the Hamas chief as well as Hezbollah chief. This is in response. Iranian media releases this footage on Tuesday, which shows how they've bombarded parts of Israel through their air missiles. Iran fired ballistic missiles in retaliation for Israel's campaign against Tehran's Hezbollah allies in Lebanon, drawing sharp reactions. In fact, as we see, 180 precisely, the missiles, number of missiles used, 180 of them that targeted parts of Israel. Many of them were intercepted thanks to the Iron Dome. Viral footage on social media showing few missiles hitting the ground at Nevatim, Hatzerim and Tel Nof. These are the 3 air bases in Israel that were targeted. Iranian attack reportedly destroyed a number of F-35 stealth fighter jets in Nevatim Air Base and F-15s in another airbase that was stationed. In fact, these warplanes are extensively used by Israel to bombard Lebanon. The Israeli army has been carrying out secretive ground operations to destroy Hezbollah's infrastructure in Lebanese villages close to the border for the past year. Military releases a footage of what it says were Israeli soldiers uncovering tunnels and weapons in at least 3 of the Lebanese villages. Rockets flew over the Jordanian skies as Iran fired a salvo of ballistic missiles at Israel on Tuesday in retaliation for Israel's campaign against Tehran's Hezbollah allies in Lebanon. Alarms have sounded across Israel. Explosions could be heard in Jerusalem and the Jordan River Valley after Israelis piled into bomb shelters. Rockets lit up the skies over Jerusalem on Tuesday after Iran fired salvos of ballistic missiles at Israel. In fact, Israeli army radio said nearly 200 missiles have been launched into Israel from Iran. Initially, civilians in Israel rushed to bomb shelters and were staying indoors. Now they've been told they are free to move around. Situation is safe.
Images of a surreal kind painting the night sky in airspace between Iran and Israel. Thousands of mobile phones by citizens capturing first the missiles taking off from Iran and then being intercepted in the airspace over Israel with a handful of those missiles finding their way through some of the world's most advanced air defense technology to hit the ground in Israel. Iran says that large-scale destruction has taken place on the ground in Israel. Israel has categorically denied this and said that no military bases have been hit and that the damage on the ground is very, very minimal. To talk about this, to decode what has taken place, there can be no bigger voice in the country than Ambassador Reuven Azar. He is the Israeli ambassador to India, and he joins India today at a critical juncture for his country. A very warm welcome to you, Ambassador. We'd all first like to wish you a very happy Jewish New Year. Rosh Hashanah starts today. I wish these were in happier circumstances. This was a time when, thousands and millions of citizens would have been looking to celebrate the Jewish New Year. And it looks like Iran timed this attack right before that.
That's right, Shiv. Thank you very much for this interview. What Iran did is that it fired a barrage unprecedented in history of humankind of 181 ballistic missiles. The payload of each missile is between 700 to 1,000 kilograms of explosive, capable of destroying an entire building, of destroying many lives. Israel, together with our partners, the United States, neighboring Arab countries, which we thank them for their support, have thwarted this attack completely. Yes, we had some missiles hitting open areas, but thank God we are safe. Israel has the best missile defense system in the world that was developed by our best technological people, and Israel actually has performed very well. Iran has made a very serious mistake. Shiv, you have to understand, the Iranians have been, so far, fighting against us for some reason, their genocidal, fanatic, theocratic ideology is very difficult to understand, but they have been having a free ride. They've been fighting us with some of our Arab neighbors that are as fanatical as they are. But guess what? The Hamas terror machine is over. Nasrallah is dead. Mohammad Deif is dead. They are left without their biggest proxies. And they decided to continue the fight directly against Israel and they will pay a price.
Let's talk about some of the specific claims that are being made, Ambassador Azhar, at this point of time. Iran, like you rightly said, fired upwards of 180 ballistic missiles. They say that some of these missiles were of a hypersonic variety, etc. It's difficult to assess at this point because there's this fog of war. One of the more dramatic claims that they've made is that 3 air bases in Israel have been hit. There are some reports in Iranian media of tens of fighter aircraft being destroyed, F-35s and F-15s and things like that. Not to go into specifics, but there seems to be a very wide gap between what damage Iran is claiming and what Israel is confirming on the ground. Is the truth somewhere in the middle?
Well, it's very embarrassing for them, because the IDF spokesman, which is generally a very, very credible person, has said, it's not a claim, it's just reported exactly what happened, okay? What happened is that missiles have hit Israel, some of them that weren't intercepted. We didn't intercept those who would hurt essential places or civilians or military bases. And the rest we just don't intercept because it's not worthwhile to invest in a missile to intercept something that is going to hit in the open space. So it's very embarrassing for the Iranians. I understand. They have prepared all this machinery of war, spent billions of dollars on the account of the oppressed Iranian people that do not have water, that are suffering from lack of essential things in life. They have deprived them from that, from them, and instead they are investing in this terror campaign to create these armies to choke the state of Israel, take control of the Middle East. These dreams have vanished. They are not worth anything.
Are you saying this was Iran's best shot? Because they've been talking about a days-long war. They've said, when Iran finally attacks, it won't be just a few salvos of missiles like what we saw last night. It will be a longer campaign that can go on for many, many days.
Well, probably.
Are you saying that this was Iran doing its best, its hardest punch?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Iran has been investing in this machinery of war and of terror, in terrorizing not just Israel. They are responsible for killing 500,000 people in Syria. They have taken hostage the state of Lebanon. With the pretext of fighting ISIS, they have created all these militias in Iraq. They have destroyed Yemen. They have destroyed the Middle East. And they are trying to destroy the state of Israel. So what happened is that they failed. They failed colossally because 2 of their main proxies in the region were defeated by Israel, and now they find themselves having at last to fight themselves, and they are failing. They might have more missiles, but whoever is the aggressor must pay a price. And I'm very glad that many countries around the world have condemned what Iran has been doing. And I'm sure we're going to find a way to send a clear message to this fanatical regime that we will not bear. They made a very big mistake. They don't understand the conviction of our people. People don't understand what is the conviction of the Israeli people, and they are claiming that we are a rotten society, because they don't understand what democracy is. When countries like Israel, that are peace-loving, are trying to postpone wars, not to fight, not to overreact, they take it as a sign of weakness. So they've been trying us time and again until they leave us no choice but to react. And when we react, you see the results.
What are Israel's options right now? We do know that whatever response it is, it can be a wide spectrum. It doesn't need to be in the so-called visible spectrum. It can be damage of the kind that never gets reported, as we've seen in intelligence operations. But what appears certain, Ambassador, for observers around the world is that after the kind of attack that Iran perpetrated on Israel yesterday, there has to be a response. And Israel has said it will happen at a time and place of their choosing and of a type of their choosing. Can you tell us what these options are? What kind of an attack? The reason I ask what these scenarios could be is because unlike Iran's proxies, unlike the Hamas and the Hezbollah and the Houthis, which are ultimately proxies, this is the mothership, as it were. And therefore, offensive operations against the mothership of these proxies is going to be a different game altogether.
Well, I'm not going to enter into operational aspects, but what I can tell you is the following. We are creating the conditions that will allow us to enjoy peace and stability in the long term, that we will be able, together with our neighbors, those who want to live with us, we will find a way to live together in prosperity. So we are going to continue to neutralize the capabilities of our enemies that have a common denominator. They are all guided by this octopus coming from Iran. We are going to neutralize those capabilities, or at least minimize them as much as we can, with the hope that people will take the message that the people of Iran that actually love the state of Israel, the Persian people love the state of Israel. They are oppressed by this regime. One day, they will wake up. We hope that one day they wake up and they fight these tyrants. It's very difficult to do.
But the people of Iran, in some ways, have been trying to fight that oppression. So, I agree with your point that, that there is oppression taking place in Iran. But my question to you is, in the context of, I understand that operational aspects cannot be discussed, that's normal. But in the context of this current cycle of war exchanges between the two countries, what would be that end game when you say that this octopus called Iran is the reason why all of these things are happening? What boxes need to be ticked, Ambassador, for the war to stop?
Yeah. So number one, when it comes to the Gaza Strip, we will not allow Hamas to rearm and regroup. We have to bring back our hostages. That's a difficult dilemma. We have to deal with that. We want all of them to come back home. We may do compromises on the way, but we will not allow Hamas to rearm and regroup. The IDF is conducting now operations in the south of Lebanon. The Iranians are trying to deny it. Hezbollah is trying to deny it. We have right now forces of 2 divisions of the IDF that are taking care of cleaning the infrastructure that was created by Hezbollah to attack the state of Israel, to do another 7th of October on Israel. This is an amazing infrastructure with underground tunnels, with explosives. We are going to clean the south of Lebanon, and we are going to make sure that Hezbollah cannot return to those places. And when it comes to Iran itself, well, again, I'm not going to get into the details, but the regime will understand what we mean when we say that it committed a huge mistake.
Has anything changed, Ambassador, vis-a-vis the United States? In April, most people think that this is the first time that Iran has attacked Israel. It's not. It's not even the first time this year. As you know, in April this year, using long-range projectiles and drones, I think 300 or 400 in number, Iran had attacked Israel. Many of those projectiles were intercepted. At that time, that was also seen as a big provocation in April this year. But as we saw it, as we reported it, Israel was in some ways constrained by the United States from a sort of big visible response directly for that attack against Iran. Wouldn't that happen this time as well, or has something changed?
I think that something changed, Shiv, because, look, it's very natural that countries around the world, like the United States, like India, like other countries that are concerned from the violence, that they will try to get de-escalation happening. And, we tried ourselves as well. We tried to confine this fight just to the Gaza Strip, because we were attacked from the Gaza Strip. But guess what? The Iranian regime, Hezbollah, the Houthis, they didn't play that game. They played by a different book. At the end of the day, when they continue time and again, we waited 11 months before we seriously started to retaliate against Hezbollah. Okay? We waited for months before we seriously started to retaliate against the Houthis. All of that with the hope to keep this conflict as confined as possible. In coordination with our allies, with the United States. We might have differences from time to time, but at the end of the day, we have the same goal. We want to stabilize the region. We have a common interest to fight the terrorists. We want to do it with the less use of violence as possible. But when the other side doesn't play that game and openly says that they're going to destroy you, then you don't have a choice. And Israel here was caught in a situation in which we don't have a choice. We have consensus in Israel from wall to wall that we have to deal with that threat, that actually this is an opportunity to show the Iranians how serious we are. We have created a situation in the last 2 weeks that their entire architecture that they've built has collapsed. And they are trying to portray, out of embarrassment to the Iranian public, they're trying to lie to the Iranian public as if Israel is crumbling. On the contrary, Israel is very strong, our economy is strong, our people have conviction, they have motivation, our soldiers will keep on fighting until we bring back stability.
So are you saying that after what happened yesterday, the missile attacks on Israel, that the United States and Israel are fully aligned towards what Israel's response could be? The reason I'm asking again, you have to understand, is because the United States has a big presence here. It has its own concerns as well. It has said that its support for Israel is ironclad. But as we saw in April, there are wheels within wheels. There are pressures. There can be diplomatic constraints to try and stop Israel from acting in the manner that it may choose to see.
Well, you always have this kind of dynamic when it comes to our region, because, you know, the great powers that be, they look at the larger picture. But again, Iran is making the closeness, the proximity between the United States and us much closer, because at the end of the day, we have a common enemy. You know, for the Iranians, we are the small Satan. The United States is the big Satan. They are their sworn enemy. And this is part of an Iranian plan to have hegemony of the Middle East, of the Muslim world, and then fight the West. So as much as we want to de-escalate, at the end of the day, when countries like Iran continue with their plan, do not back off, do things that are unprecedented in the history of humankind, then you cannot remain silent. And I'm sure the United States, this time, will not remain silent when it comes to Israel's actions.
Do you think the U.S. election and the normal uncertainties that revolve around any upcoming election, do you think that adds a layer of wait and watch on both sides as well, especially from Iran's side?
Well, look, I'm not going to analyze the U.S. elections. That's an internal process. What I can tell you is that, yes, people are watching. People are watching. And that's the reason why we have a duty, not just a right, to fight back. Okay? And this is, I think, what's going to happen.
Ambassador, how do you see how the United Nations, has performed or been involved in this entire case? We've seen what's happened with the UN Secretary General now. You've seen their statements before. The irony of this entire situation, of course, is that it's ultimately a UN charter, that seems to be the goal for a kind of more sustainable peace in the region. And Israel quotes that quite often. You did with me in your last interview as well. How would you assess how the UN has been in this cycle of conflict?
Look, if the Secretary General of the United States, the Secretary of the United Nations cannot condemn the flagrant violation of the UN Charter when a country like Iran is swearing to destroy another member of the United Nations and doesn't even condemn that, it says that something in the system is flawed. I'm not saying that every agency of the UN is flawed. No. There are many countries, good intentions, doing a lot of good things in the UN. But when you have a situation in which the head of UNRWA doesn't fire a terrorist that was heading the education system of the Palestinians in Lebanon, He was in charge of 39,000 students. He was the most senior Hamas member in Lebanon. And he was getting a salary from the UN. And when we complained, they didn't even fire him. Can you grasp that? It's completely unacceptable. There are things that will have to change in the UN if it wants to get cooperation from the State of Israel.
That cooperation hasn't been forthcoming from the UN so far. We've seen, Israel has always had an adversarial, troubled relationship with the United Nations vis-a-vis, Iran, vis-a-vis Palestine. Do you see that changing now?
Well, it depends with which agency. There are agencies with which we are cooperating. From time to time, there can be mishaps, but we are sitting around one table like we've been doing since the 7th of October. Taking care of the humanitarian aspects of the Gaza Strip. Every day, in an office, we used to sit together with all the humanitarian agencies, including UN agencies, and working with them, despite their bias. But enough is enough. People have to understand, when Israel is being attacked with such a barrage of missiles, and the Secretary General of the UN doesn't condemn it, how does the UN look?
After last night, Ambassador, this has been going on for a few days and weeks now. The anticipation or the fear that this could lead into a wider conflict and draw in other countries. There's Russia, there's China, there are other regional powers that might, in some limited way, be forced to actually get in because all of these countries have interests in the region. Do you think after last night that appears to be a much more distinct possibility, or do you think it's still going to be contained, between Israel and this seven-front war, as you put it, is playing out?
I'll tell you why it will be contained. It's because...
It will be contained,
yes. Because no country agrees to what Iran has been doing in our region and with the way it has been behaving in the last few months and weeks. And therefore, Iran will not be backed. Iran will have to stand alone and pay for its reckless, aggressive, fanatic, radicalist approach.
How do you see Prime Minister Modi's message to Prime Minister Netanyahu a couple of days ago, where he spoke very specifically about terrorism, and he was talking in the context of the Hezbollah? Prime Minister Modi was one of the first world leaders to react after the October 7th attacks by the Hamas last year. But this latest comment has also been analyzed quite a bit because India, is, as you know this better, stands in a unique position of having diplomatic channels and relations with all of these countries that we're talking about here. So how did you see that message?
I saw it as a very positive message. India has a unique perspective. It has a unique standing in this world. And we have a common interest to fight terrorism. We don't have to talk much, just have to do it. And that's what we're doing.
Do you see a bigger role for a country like India at a time when what's happening between Israel and Iran and the proxies, has polarized the world? There are, of course, interests. There are, of course, pulls and pressures, diplomatically speaking. But India does have a unique position, like you said, of having extremely close relations with Israel at many different levels. Not just diplomatic, but strategic, trade, cultural, etc. But not equally, but also has very warm relations with Iran. And it has connections with Iran of a different kind, from the perspective of energy security and things like that. Does that, in your view, and does that in Israel's view, provide some kind of an opportunity for India to have some kind of role in whatever plays out now?
Well, I think India will have to decide itself what kind of role it wants to have. The fact that different countries have links to Iran doesn't mean that they're going to back any crazy kind of conduct like you are seeing right now. So I think that in situations like that, people have to move aside, and we have to do what we have to do. And I think people understand that. There's no doubt about it. There might be some people don't understand it, but I think that when you look at the entire international community today, there's nobody that is coming to defend the reckless, aggressive behavior of Iran.
Because Iran, continues to try, while Israel and Israel's allies, Israel's friends, large part of the world does see Iran as an irresponsible aggressor, Iran has tried to project itself as a kind of savior in the region, containing Israel, making sure Israel, which is backed by the United States, doesn't, become more powerful. We've seen that battle of narratives play out, and I was in Israel last year, and I saw so much of that. Have things changed in the last 1 year? Because, Ambassador, now we're standing a few days before the first anniversary of that horrific attack on Israel last year. Israel has borne the brunt of a huge international narrative against it. Do you think that has changed now?
Well, look, we have to differentiate between two things. First of all, you have the region. In the region, things have changed a long time ago because the countries and the peoples of the region have seen the Iranian conduct through their proxies and the atrocities they've been committing in Syria and other places. And therefore, years ago, Arab countries have changed their approach. They have come closer to Israel. We have signed the Abraham Accords, and now we are having military cooperation. And I'm sure that after this war, we're going to resume the regional cooperation. Okay? When it comes to narratives, well, these narratives are being created by different agents with a lot of money, like Al Jazeera channel. Their representative, I heard, here in India, has propagated tweets supporting Hitler and Nazi Germany. When you have people like that investing billions of dollars in promulgating false information, then you will have a fight of narratives. But this is not that important. At the end of the day, what is important is what is happening on the ground. What is happening on the ground is that the majority of the countries and the peoples of the world are actually very proud that Israel is finally fighting back and teaching these terrorists a lesson.
My final leg of this interview, Ambassador, is about moving a couple of steps back from what happened last night to the ground operations that were ongoing in southern Lebanon. Those operations are ongoing. Hassan Nasrallah has been killed. The leadership of the Hezbollah, virtually the entire leadership of the Hezbollah has been eliminated in these airstrikes. What next as far as the Hezbollah is concerned? Because this isn't the first time that Israel has engaged with the Hezbollah, has hit their targets, tried to destroy their infrastructure. Each time they have returned, they've recuperated, they've rearmed. In many ways, they've come back with even more sophisticated weapons. Is there going to be a greater degree of finality, you would say, in what is happening now vis-a-vis the Hezbollah?
Well, we have to be very cautious here when we say what is going to happen, because the Israeli government has declared a very specific goal. We want to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, 1558, to clean the entire southern Lebanon from Hezbollah forces. Israel is not going to determine the political future of Lebanon. It's for the Lebanese people to decide the political future of Lebanon. If they are going to continue to surrender to Hezbollah, the price will be dear for Lebanon because it is being destroyed by Hezbollah. We are going to meet our defined goals of protecting our civilians, getting our 70,000 civilians back to their homes safely, and for that, South Lebanon has to be clean of Hezbollah. The Lebanese army should come there and restore order together with the UNIFIL forces, which have, as you know, an Indian element. Thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And this is a story that is very important to us here on India Today. As you can see, we cover it very closely. We have journalists on the ground in Lebanon, in Iran, as well as in Israel at this point of time. And we will continue to report very, very closely on all aspects of the story. Thank you for taking our questions once again here on India Today. Pleasure. And once again, a very happy New Year to you and your family. When India Today covers conflict, when we cover war, we believe in covering it from the ground, not just via agencies. So what you're about to watch is a world exclusive from India Today's cameras, not something acquired secondhand. These are pictures taken by India Today's Ashraf Wani, live from the ground from the virtually destroyed headquarters, one part of it which you'll see in this report, of the Hezbollah headquarters near Beirut in Lebanon. It's not very far from here that Hassan Nasrallah was killed in an airstrike from Israel. Watch this world-exclusive report by my colleague Ashraf Wani.
I'm currently standing and am the first international journalist from India today who is at the Hezbollah headquarters here in South Beirut. Behind me you can see this was a 6-story building when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was taking a meeting of his commanders in the basement, which was underground almost 15 feet below the ground, where he was taking that meeting. 2,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this building by the F-15 warplanes, which completely brought this building on ground. And after the efforts for 4 days, finally the body of and we would like to take some details from here of the Hezbollah leaders, what really happened here, and what happened after this blast, and what was its impact not only here but also in the periphery. In fact, since then there is regular airstrikes in this area, suburbs of Beirut, and today on Wednesday, 7 airstrikes were carried out by the IDF. Yesterday, a television station was targeted, its building compound was targeted, that collapsed in that attack, and today a communication tower has been targeted in this area, and we are facing the internet problems in this particular area here in the Beirut. Ashraf Wani for this World Today.
An incredibly fearless reporting by India Today's Ashraf Wani. In fact, he joins me live from Beirut in Lebanon now. Ashraf, I hope you're staying safe. Your ground report from the bombed headquarters of the Hezbollah and that world exclusive is being watched by millions of people right now. Tell us in a greater detail, Ashraf, what you saw right now. How far from there was the site where Hassan Nasrallah was killed, and what did you see?
Shiv, we have also those pictures where Hassan Nasrallah was killed, probably that may be used later in the bulletin. Actually, this is not, this is a South Beirut. The major part of the Beirut city suburbs where most of the population and mostly the Shia population and the supporters as well as the fighters of Hezbollah live. For last 2 days, twice I went to that area, but in car. That also very fast because the area is still being pounded by the IDF bombs regularly. Not only yesterday, but even today, 7 strikes were carried out in the periphery of South Beirut, where some housing compartments were targeted, some floors of multi-stories buildings were targeted. And IDF said that they are the housing of the Hezbollah fighters and commanders. But here, some of the people say probably they may be associated with the Hezbollah, but they have not seen them fighting for the Hezbollah. That is the intelligence input, what is with the Israel. But tense situation in whole South Beirut, not a single person is visible there from the civil population. If anyone is roaming there, those are only Hezbollah fighters and their supporters. Today, at that moment, we were at least with me 800 journalists across the globe who are covering this war. They were allowed first time to visit the South Beirut because journalists in other way not here to travel in that particular area because, as I said, today it was bombed 7 times. As far as the Hassan Nasrallah's hideout, or we can say Hezbollah headquarters is concerned, there is visible that there was an underground floor which was used by the Hezbollah commanders as well as the IRG guards for the meeting purposes and other purposes. That was built in that way that so that any bomb or any strike could not affect that. But when I equally 2 days back spoke a doctor, he said that the bomb used in this blast of the Hezbollah headquarters could penetrate 15 floors of